are just running back. I apologise to everyone on the live stream and everyone here that we are running quite behind. But unfortunately, that is just one of the things that happen, and everyone is doing their absolute best to keep things moving. But we unfortunately cannot start until we have enough judges to be able to judge the images. So we're all good. We're getting pretty close to being able to start. I think we probably can start. Okay, welcome to the 2025 NZIPP Iris Awards. Welcome to Room 2, the family category. We have to first and foremost thank our major sponsor of the Iris Awards, Canon. Canon have got a lovely little video that we are going to play now. Thank you, Canon. We welcome to the family category, sponsored by Edges Arts, Art and Framing, who also have a lovely video for us. We're going to hit play. Thank you very much, Edges. My name is Olivia Wakefield. I'm going to be your panel chair today for the family category, and I have the lovely Victoria Vincent, who is going to be assisting me with keeping the judges rolling over and fresh. I am now going to read the family category description. Family category celebrates commissioned family portraiture with a focus on capturing genuine connections and relationships. This category recognises the skill and artistry involved in creating professional family portraits that tell a story and evoke emotion. The images should highlight the relationship and or connection, unity and shared experiences of families, showcasing both the unique dynamics and the strength of familial bonds. Oh, that's a great word. The intent of this category is to create meaningful and honest portrayals of family relationships, emphasising the emotional depth and connection between family members. Photographers are encouraged to capture moments that resonate with clients, focusing on storytelling, composition and technical excellence to convey the essence of family life. All entries must be commissioned family portraiture from a family portraiture session. The image entered does not have to be the exact photograph sold to the client, but it must originate from the same session. And there are some exclusions for photographs that are not from commissioned sessions, obviously. Photographs of the entrant's immediate family are not permitted, including the entrant themselves, their children, parents, grandparents, grandchildren, siblings, and their immediate family, and also pets belonging to any of the above members of blended, including members of blended families. I'm not quite sure why that's in the same line, pets and blended families. Okay, all good. This is a major editing category, which means all forms of post-production are allowed as long as no computer or AI generated elements are used. Okie dokie, we are going to play the run through. Judges, if you can spin around. Oh, I should actually welcome the judges. We have Joe Francis, Catherine Kadanak, Russell Hamlet, Tanya Niwa, Stacey Cavalier, Tony Carter, Catherine Williams, Johan Van Kaan and Mark Rosetto. And we are going to play the run through. So judges, please eyes up on the TV. Note down any numbers that need to be excluded. Wow, what a big category. Okay, have we got any exclusions, judges? Have you written them down? Oh, yeah, have you got, do you know what the number is, Mark? Alrighty, we are going to get started. Can I please welcome Stacey Cavalier, Mark Rosetto, Sarah Lee Cobb, Russell Hamlet and Joe Francis Moore to the judging panel. Print handlers, are we all good to go? We'll just let the judges log in. Okay. You don't need the mic yet, Mark. Okay, are we all good? Okay, room 2, print handlers. Can we have the first print, please? Welcome to everyone that has joined us on the live stream. If this is your first time watching live on YouTube, just so you know how this works is the print is fed through a little slider at the front of the room. The 5 judges will walk up to the print, have a good look at it, and then they come back to their desk to enter in their score. And we have a score of 74, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Russell.
Perhaps just a little bit more of a relationship between, obviously it's their favourite child and all that sort of thing, but just a bit more of a relationship with the vehicle would have been quite nice. Otherwise, quite a fun little image. The mum's hand just poking up behind the radiator sort of didn't help either, so a little bit of looking at the tidy little details. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Joe.
Beautiful little duo, gorgeous lighting and well styled. To elevate it, I guess we're just looking for a little bit more. It's not a very clear connection between the girls, and it is pretty straight portraiture, so we're looking for something a little bit more innovative.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? Wow, the judges are raring to go. Out of their seats before we even said it. Okay, one more score. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Would you like to challenge it, Stacey? Go for it.
I scored this an 85. It's incredibly well printed. It's beautifully handled. There's a really lovely feel of this family on there. Looks like a really rural property with all of the kind of farm sort of buildings and things around them. They've included the dogs, which are obviously their pets as well, and it's not contrived in any shape or form. It's just really them just being them on the farm, but still with beautiful connections with each other. Obviously, the little boy is kind of the star there. He's in the first image looking out towards the dogs. Not so much engaged, but then the parents are engaging with him in the second one. He's the star of the show in the third one. I just feel like it's a really natural, well constructed, beautifully put together, well lit image, and it deserves to be in that silver distinction range.
Thank you, Stacey. Can we hear from Mark down the other end?
Yeah, I'm at 76 as bronze. Professional practice and standard, the images, they're printed very well. They're lovely. In terms of the less is more, I just don't think you need the top one or the left or the bottom left one. Just bottom right would have been enough. I can't, obviously it's in a farm, but there's no congruency story here, apart from farm life, which is obviously, it's farm life, which is fine, but it's just, in terms of it's 3 shots on a farm that are not linking together strongly apart from the child being the focus of everything. So I've commended it just as a bronze, not just as a bronze, but going into silver will be, highly level of visual communication is not there for me.
Thanks, Mark. Russell, I saw your finger shimmy. Where you go?
We're meant to be kind to each other, but Mark, I think you've missed the plot there, big guy. The first one is they tie together beautifully. The first one is all about what was the original families, the 3 or 4 dogs, and the inclusion of them shows what the complete family is now. So the inclusion of the dogs is the complete family, and then the new bottom left one is the new star with mum and dad, and then the bottom right one is the star. So it goes from the confluence of everybody at the top down to the single individual who is the new star for a while at the bottom right. So I think they tie together beautifully. In the setting that they're in, I think everything is just held wonderfully. I gave an 81. Stacey probably was a bit unkind at the beginning, just starting off. But Mark, yeah, there is a story there, mate. It's a good story, and it's a rural story, and it's a loving story. So I'm all with it.
Thank you, Russell. Joe, did you want to add something?
Not a lot. Russ, that really helped because I gave it an 82, but mostly on the strength of the bottom left picture, which I think is really strong. I found all 3 expressions in the top picture to be awkward, but the dogs are amazing. But your story about how it becomes all about the child has really brought it together for me, and it gives relevance to those awkward expressions. So, yeah, I'm on 82. I think I'll come up with you, Stace.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else to add? Where we go. Stacey, back to you.
Thanks for that, Russell, and thanks for that, Joe, for that bit of support. That really does help to tie the story together, but I also think that the tones throughout it tie it together as well. So it's a real beautiful, well-done presentation that is held together in lots of different ways, but that extra story just really makes it for me, so thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And we have a comment, please. Thank you, Sarah Lee.
What a gorgeous, sweet moment. I think the parents of these little kids would absolutely love that tenderness and that connection, and forever remember the big sister's love for the baby. I think if we cropped in, we would lose that hand on the left that's got the really distracting fingernails and the unfortunate placement of the hair that's covering the eye as well. So just a few things to just be wary of, but beautiful connection.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, Mark? Thank you.
In terms of the subject here, there's so much opportunity here, and it's just the lighting is very flat, and it's not showing all the curves that it needs to. The dress is lit well, the background is great, all the elements are there, but if the photographer controlled the lighting and have more, just more kind of dynamic range, it'll be so much better, and the pose just be a little bit softer.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Joe.
A wonderful, wonderful connection here. The humour of this photo and the dogs all trying to get in to lick the boy and his brother just right in on the act is gorgeous. I even quite like the inclusion of the person at the back, which gives you the sense that this was a family shoot gone slightly awry. I think it's probably quite obvious that if you'd taken one more little step back and included the whole of the boy on the left's head, it would have been a much more compelling image.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 73, a professional standard. Can I have a comment for the entrant, please? Thank you, Mark.
Just needs more connection with the whole image. There's a few things that is just separating, even as simple as she's got bare feet, he's wearing shoes, it's very stiff. Looks like your nicest way, hanging the dog, like it's put the collars so tight that it's just not as soft, and just the brightness of the image as well. So there's a few things that you need to fix technically, but also just it's very stiff, and if you could just have a little bit more of a relax and step back and not be so obvious, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have a blank screen, please? Yes, Mark, it's you. You weren't meant to leave the other room. So you can get back there. And Catherine Williams, can we have you on, please? You really threw us under the bus, Mark. You weren't meant to be here. All right, thanks, Mark. Well, he's meant to come soon, just not yet. He's a bit early. Got a bit excited. All right, welcome, Catherine. Are you all good to go? Perfect. Can we have the next print, please, in room 2? We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Go with that. Have a comment, please. Thanks, Joe.
Really sweet little moment, and you've done a really great job with the circle crop, which can be really tricky. One little trick for kissing photos is instead of getting them to kiss, get them to smile onto each other. It gives a much softer look to the mouth, and it actually feels more authentic than a proper kiss does.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77, a bronze award, and Joe's going to argue this one. Go for it.
All right, couldn't let this one go past. There is such amazing energy in this photo. The photographer has been in exactly the right place to capture the spirit of these little boys. And what I really love is normally when you photograph a trio of children, the middle child is the crazy one. But in this case, they've let the full power of their oldest child go nuts. And then we've got the well-behaved middle child, which never happens. I've never met one. And then we've got a slightly more shy, tentative little one who is being embraced and held by his brothers in such a way that he can come in on the fun. I think the skin tones are lovely. I think, we've got three really distinct little personalities, but as a family portrait that is going to live on someone's walls, I think this will have a really enduring quality. And yes, it's quite simple, but it's really nicely done. So yeah, I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. I gave it an 80.
Going to hear from Russell, please, at the other end.
I squeezed it into bronze and feel comfortable there. It's quite gentle in colour, but black and white would have been quite nice. And what I sort of enjoyed about it is the fact that the middle guy has got less teeth than the ones in front of him. So the baby teeth are still all there, the adult teeth are still all there, but the guy transitioning between one and the other is quite cool. I enjoyed that. But above that, it didn't sort of elevate me any beyond the bronze level. So if someone can convince me to come up, sure.
Thank you, Russell. Catherine, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was on 78 and I was with you, Joe. And then I saw the hand that's coming around the back and there just seems to be some weird kind of distortion going with it. And maybe it's my imagination or maybe it's not. But maybe just do take a second look at that. However, I do think there's a great energy and my initial instinct was silver. And something that I really appreciate about this is the way they get crazier as they get older. And, I just think that's it's just got this lovely bonding hilarity to it, and I'm willing to go up a couple of points to it for that.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else to add, team? Okay, back to you, Jo.
Thanks, Catherine. For me, the photographer said, give your brother a hug. And sometimes boys are into that. Sometimes it's a wrestling match. And this is the moment before they all fell over. That's why that wacky hand's up there. He's about to fall into his rather loud, crazy brother. This is authentic. This is real. It's not everything's perfectly polished, but this is commissioned family portraits. This is a decisive moment. There's a lot of love and connection in this photo. So let's reward it with a silver, guys.
Thank you, Jo. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 79, which puts us into review. One moment. Okay, judges, please score 80 or 79. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges, scores, please. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Puts us, congratulations, puts us straight into the challenge. And I'm just, no, it's not you, Russell, it's Catherine. Catherine Williams gets to speak. Take it away.
Awesome. What fun. And this portrait is absolutely loaded with fun and impact. And to create this from a commissioned family portrait, these people, a little bit quirky, a little bit weird, and I just admire the way they're dressed in their plain black clothes, except for the woman in the middle, not much going in the styling, and they bring it all to this scene with the repetition of the expressions and the faces. But it's what the photographer has brought to that by pairing these little segments together that just brought so much more to it. But the star of the show, the mum in the middle, she's shining. Like there's a beautiful rhythm to this, like piano keys. It's just fabulous, just really unusual, and I'm just applaud the photographer for this.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to now come to Stacey down the other end.
Not far down the other end, I'm on an 86, and I absolutely appreciate those really quirky faces and the way that they've all been held together with those segments and the fun and the frivolity that creates. I think that's absolutely wonderful. I am listening. What held me down in that range was the brightness of the lights across the top. I felt that pulled me away from things. And also just the boy on the left-hand side, I felt like everybody else had kind of got something to add in terms of their quirkiness or their expression, but the boy on the left-hand side seemed to have a couple of images where his expression was quite similar, and I just wish that there was that same kind of quirkiness going on that side as well. So But I'm certainly listening. It is a very unique presentation.
Okay, Russell, you're sitting down, so you can start, and then we'll go to Joe.
Okay. Right up there, the white line above all the heads contains them all because they've all got reasonably dark hair, so there's separation there, and it's the rhythm. The word rhythm has been used, and the cool thing is that quite hard to get balance out of 3 kids. So they've done it. The photographer's done it beautifully by having the boy straddle the mum, and then the girls either side, and in each individual there's a relatively more serious expression and one that's out the gate, and so even the more conservative daughter on our far left, even she's contributed a little bit. It's not really true to her form, maybe being as carried away as the rest of her family, but nonetheless she contributes in her own way. So there's a rhythm there with the sort of serious, the quirky, and it all really is happening because the photographer has recognised, I think, the eccentricity in the mum, and that this family's got a lot of energy, and somehow or other the photographer's really delivered big time. I gave it 91. Happy to hear for a high score if I can be talked into it.
Thank you, Russell. Joe, your turn.
Okay, I underscored this at 90. This is such a contemporary way of photographing adult children who are often a friggin' nightmare. This mum is a powerhouse in the middle with her blue hair, not taking any prisoners. And each one of these children's personalities are really represented here. First of all, you've got her favourite child who straddles her, always the son. And he is, on one hand, delivering exactly what he should on the right-hand side, and on the other side, he's just dissolved into giggles. But they're awkward giggles, which is gorgeous. And then you have the oldest child, who's on the far left, and she is shy. She is shy, and she doesn't love being photographed, and you can see that all over her face. And then you've got the youngest, who is the showboat. And she's giving the kissy mouth and all the funny expressions on the right. And to me, this is just such a brilliant way of showing connection, but without having them having to touch or look at each other. And it's so, so contemporary. I'd love to have taken this. I've underchanged it at 90, and I'm going to come up.
Thank you. Have we got anything else to add? Back to you, Catherine.
Cool. Sounds like a heap of support there. And, Joe, I think you did an absolute fabulous job of basically summing it up for me. As Russ said, this is out the gate. The light above them, it adds to it. It doesn't take away from it. It puts this continuous spotlight on it. And there's just so much depth in this. As Joe said, the dissolving in giggles. When you look at all those faraway faces, that is the reaction to the craziness. And it's just a beautifully well put together piece.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 93, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 88, a silver with distinction. However, we have 2 people in the gold range. We've got Joe and Stacey, both on the same score of 92. So, who wants to take it? Away you go, Stacey. It's all yours.
Yeah, I put this into gold. It's absolutely stunning. It's a really beautiful, unique presentation of a family growing from their wedding through to obviously maternity and their babies, with the use of reflections, which I've never ever seen before. It's such a unique way of doing it, but it's really, really cleverly done as well. They're in the first image, they're obviously walking away together. The beautiful silhouettes of them coming together in the middle image, and then even in the last image, they're turning away, but they're still connected and obviously celebrating joyfully their little babies. It's tender, it's detailed. We know exactly what's going on, even though we're not actually seeing the people that are in the image. And it's just so unique. It just really it hit me in the gut as soon as I walked up there. I just really want you to celebrate this and give it a good high score.
Thank you, Stacey. Russell, you shook your hand at me.
I scored at 88 initially, and I was being a bit of a sissy there. It's got a wonderful rhythm to it too. The foresight that the photographers had is amazing. Like, to me, the first image is them actually, it's a wedding shot, and the wedding dress has been dragged through the sand, and we've still got the reflection of the couple holding each other. It's all about connection. But it's dark at the top in the first. It's light at the bottom and the middle, the dark on the top left, the dark in the bottom right. It has this lovely flow of that gradation. But for the story to be forethought, and that's shot over a period of time and delivered in such a way is really wonderful. The only thing that held it back for me a little bit is just what is connecting her head with his back in the last shot. There's just something in there that I don't understand the morphology of it, but if that could be explained, I'd come even higher. But it's really a lovely piece of communication.
Thank you, Russell. Catherine, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I was on 88, and I think most of what I was feeling has been said, but I wanted to add to it. It felt quite poignant, and the thought process of reflecting on life, and I just really felt that this was this couple's special place. So I thought that was beautifully done. I was actually a little bit held back by the dark on the bottom of the right one, and I'm just thinking, but I think the emotional response was strong enough for me to come up further.
Thank you, Catherine. Joe.
I haven't heard anything that would keep this out of gold, but I just wanted to add, this is just so private. It's like the photographer wasn't even there. And I feel like when you can take a portrait that has an intimacy that feels not at all like a fourth or a fifth or whatever person is in the room watching. Yeah, and I think use of reflections has really added to that. I mean, that head, Russ, for me, she's just got her arms up so high she's lost half her head. But she's also leaning on him because he's her strength and he's the other half of her unit. So to me, that is kind of perfect. I've given this a 92 along with Stacey, and because she challenged, I get to raise mine. So that was my plan. So yeah, I think the balance is beautiful, the presentation is beautiful, but yeah, the thought and the beauty of that lace dress, super clever. Let's give it a gold, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Sarah Lee, did you want to add anything? No? We're all good? Okay.
Okay, thanks for that support. That was, I mean, there's so many positive things, and yes, we're obviously rewarding the photographer, and there has been so much thought gone into this to create this image. We really do need to give it a good score. I think and other people could score higher than me.
Thank you, Stacey. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 73, a professional standard. And we're going to challenge that with Stacey. Away you go.
I'm going to give this one a nudge. I put it into a 78 just because when I went up there, I can really, really, really relate to that feeling of having a teenage boy of, I absolutely love you, but I really want to throttle you at the same time. So the humour in that just really got me straight away, put a smile on my face. I think there'll be lots of people here that possibly can relate to that, and I wonder if we could reward the photographer for that.
Thank you, Stacey. I'm going to come to Joe. You're at the other end.
Yeah, I gave it a 70. I felt the fact that it might have been funny if she was looking at the boy, but the fact that she's looking at the camera just makes me feel, I don't know, it just doesn't feel in any way authentic. And I would also say that it's all a wee bit muddy. I think it could have had a bit more treatment with lighting, particularly on the boy. Could have lightened him up a bit.
Thank you, Joe. Can I hear from someone else? Thank you, Russell.
Yeah, I'm not with you there, States. The potential humour's there, and we all get it, but it's just not quite carried out. And there's a lot of conflicting elements there as well. Our eye is all over the place, and it does have a muddy sort of feeling, a flatness to the image as well. So, yep, funny, but not quite carried out.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add before I hand it back to Stacey? Take it away.
Okay. I suspect this was shot in the evening when the light was quite overcast and quite dull, which might explain some of that sort of muddiness to it. But to me, actually, her looking at the camera is key because actually it is a joke. She's not really trying to obviously strangle him, and it's just something that we do to, as to play to an audience. So the person taking the photograph is the audience, and she's kind of going, "Look, see, I love him, but I really want to kill him," and that just really works for me. I think if she'd have been looking at him, it would have given it a completely different meaning. But it is meant to be humorous, and the direct stare does that for me.
Thank you, Stacey. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score remaining on 73, a professional standard. Good try, Stace. Okay. Can we have the next image, please? Alrighty, while we are waiting for the judges, while they're looking at this image, I'm just going to do a shout out to our family category sponsor, Edges Art and Framing, for all your fine art printing and framing requirements. Check them out at the trade show to learn more about the new Forever frame, which we saw in that video, which looks so cool. And how you can win one. I love winning stuff. You can win one. They're worth $295 and you can win one. Own one. How do you win? You've got to go to the trade stand. Where are the lollies, Joe Francis? I don't know. Put a shout out. Someone get us some lollies. No, we'll just put it on the panel chair chat. Hook us up some lollies. Don't give us Macintoshes. Don't give us fruit bursts because judges can't eat them. We just want jubes. Okay, we have some scores. We have a score of 72 professional standard. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Russell.
Well done to the photographer for taking a family to a very beautiful place that offers a lot of promise, and for the inclusion and the busyness of all the shoes and all that, so it's quite fun. But we need to look at conflicting elements with our subject matter, and obviously the trees coming out of mum's head and all that sort of carry on. So perhaps once again, look twice, shoot once, swinging around to the left, perhaps put them in that nice space where the background would have aided and abetted your image rather than conflict with it.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard, and Jo's flung her hand up for a challenge.
Okay, so I only gave it 77, but I definitely feel like it needs to be on the wall because there's two brilliant performances going on here from the children. And I don't know if you've ever tried to shove a toddler up against a baby in a bucket, but possibly not. But it's really hard. They hate it generally. Often they're scared of the baby and they won't go near it. But the photographer has managed to get down on this basically still a baby's eye line and get a really quirky expression that actually celebrates and goes along with the baby's expression. So yes, I can see that it could have been lit better, and I find these backgrounds quite busy, which is why I haven't gone into silver. But these are two great little performances and a great little connection between these kids. The little boys are, oh God, whatever. It's actually technically really well done from the photographer's perspective to get this little relationship between them. So I think we should give them a bronze for their efforts here.
Thank you, Jo. Russell, your turn.
I don't agree with that, Joe. Sorry, because it is a photograph after all. So I'm not here to reward what the subjects are doing, but how the photographers handle the subjects, and the flat lighting. I think shooting down on such small people is not really that dynamic either. So dropping the camera angle, lighting it with a little bit more detail, would have given it a little bit more magic and a little bit more sort of energy, if you like. I find the photographer's treatment of the subject matter quite flat.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have one more comment, please, if anyone's got anything to add? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, I'm with Russ on this one. I do appreciate the capture of the expressions. Also, the shirt just seeing so bunched up and the line coming through the boy's head. There's just too many elements that are fighting the beauty of the expressions.
Thank you, Catherine. Back to you, Jo.
I can guarantee you this photographer picked that little chunk up and chucked him there and had half a second to get the shot before he was off. And they nailed a great expression where the little boy is looking straight down the barrel and giving us gold. He's really letting us know exactly how he feels about this relationship and this new addition. Yes, all of those things, guys, and if it was all of those things, I would have put it in silver, but this is hard to get this sort of connection in this sort of relationship. Definitely, if you can just give it a nudge to bronze, I'd love it.
Thank you, Jo. Judges, please rescore. And we have remained at 74 professional standard. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. We have a comment, please. Thank you, Jo.
Gorgeous connection, and you're in exactly the right place to take this photo. Just really need to watch where things are overly bright. The man's shirt is so bright that it is pulling our eye a little. If we can have the brightest spots be on the faces, that would really lead us in a little bit better.
Thank you, Jo. Judges, how are we all feeling? You're all still good? Yeah? Okay. Can we have the next print, please? System's just lagging a little bit, judges. Hopefully. Oh, yep, you should be okay to enter now. Just took a little while to accept the last score. Okay, we have an initial score of 87, silver with distinction. However, Russ, you are up there in the gold, so take it away.
Yeah, I scored this gold. When I saw it in the walk past, I thought, wow, what a clever idea. And it takes a lot of cleverness to sort of deliver something like this. So I think we've all figured out that each individual is balanced by themselves on each, radiating around that central shape, central character, which I think is really clever. It's not an exercise in lighting or any of that sort of carry on. It's more an exercise in energy and togetherness and our category, family. It's about siblings and just the diaspora that brings. So the wonderful shape of it's bloody clever actually, because those trampolines, I've never been under one, but you know, it's really, really well thought out, and yeah, I don't know, it just really grabs me because it's very clever, and I've not seen anything like this before, and for that reason I'm happy to reward it because it's unique, it's new, innovative, if you like.
Thank you, Russell. I'm going to come to Sarah Lee now. Can we hear from you, please?
I scored this a 83, and I'm coming up. I was a little timid initially. I imagine photographing this, those kids would have had a blast jumping on top of someone. I think what held me down from going right up to gold straight away is there is so much energy in the top half. There's so many perspective distortions with the lens and those limbs that are getting really big. And then the bottom right, those two passive figures, especially the little the girl who's barely peeking in, I find it's not entirely balanced, and I'd love to see those two characters but having the energy and all that movement that the rest of them do.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we hear from you, Catherine? Thank you.
Yeah, I was on 87 initially, at 87. Now, the thing that I was on 87 for was because I loved the impact of this visually, and then I got up there and I had expected a little bit more expression. However, Sarah Lee said something about how everything is up to the top, and it's like, well, actually, that's the point. You're on the trampoline. All the energy is up the top. That's exactly how it should be. And that comment brought me up higher. It made me feel more confident about the gold, and also just the precision and the placement of these, you know, like the fingertips just touching the line there, and then the bum of the girl on the left just touching. I just thought there was so much precision in each of those frames that it you know, makes it even more successful.
Thank you, Catherine. Did anyone else want to say anything? Okay, Russell, all yours.
Look, I think we can recognise that this is a pretty cool piece of work, and you know, the different scale of the sizes of those individuals at the bottom, it gives it an organic sort of feeling, a sort of a dynamic. If all the individuals had been on the scale that is the ones parallel and above, it kind of would have been a bit kind of not, what's the word, in your face obvious, and so that little girl just peeking in through the circle, it just gives it a wonderful sort of flow to me. And I like Catherine's sort of perspective of the fact that it's the energy is rising to the top, so the shape in the middle holds it together. Never mind expressions, it's not about expressions, it's about participation, activity, energy, being young, being together, and just having a good time on the bloody tramp in the backyard. And what a fantastically innovative, original way to show that. Gold.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? The most magical thing happened. We asked for lollies and 2 people came with 4 bags. Just like that. What else can we ask for? Okay, we have a initial score of 79, bronze award. Catherine, yes, she's going to, are you going to challenge Catherine? Yeah, we're just going to wait for her to swallow her lolly. Sorry, just calling it out there. Oh no, now she's laughing. Oh, that's so mean. I'm sorry. Okay. She's good.
I gave this 84 and we're so close to silver. And I think what takes me there is just the overall serenity in this image and the gentle handling of it. Just the gentle kiss of the light across the skirt and the beautiful silhouette shape. I will talk about what held me back from going higher because I think it's important. The birds, just the scale of them with them being out of focus, there was just something not quite right for me with that. If they had have been sharper, I would have gone higher. But I do think that the overall essence of this is a beautiful, serene, gentle moment that deserves to go into the next scoring range.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to now come to Russell down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
Being the only male on the panel, I know you women scale many heights, but I think being pregnant is pretty much the height of womanhood for me. Such an important role. And this image, having the horizon going through the belly, just kind of, if they dropped the angle or just honoured that shape more without it conflicting with its surrounding, because it's actually quite a beautiful shot and it's quite a serene shot and I enjoy all of that. But as a statement of, you know, that beautiful state that you women get in, I just didn't think it needed to compete with what's going on there, and just had it been, if it had been just risen into a clear sort of background, we would have celebrated that shape a little bit more than what I am now. I sort of feel like it's a little bit of a lost opportunity. I actually gave it high professional standard, to be honest, because if you're going to control a situation like that, you've got to put more thought into it, and yeah, that's how I feel.
Thank you, Russell. Stacey, your turn.
I put this onto an 81. I think that I agree with Catherine that the shape of the beautiful lady is just so elegant. And actually, Russell, I really like the way that horizon comes through there. Normally, I would agree and say that, we don't want it coming through the belly. But I think where it comes down from the left and then it kind of scoops around the arm and then it comes out the other side, it just glides us really gently through that. The birds is what held me back as well. But I think it's really beautiful and it's worth those extra points to take it into that range.
Thank you, Stacey. Have we got anything else to add? Back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, this is so close to a silver, and I think that there is the positives, like there is this dark base to this, but it is the contours and curves of the land, and they actually slip perfectly into where the light space is between her arm, and so we're getting so much shape, and because of the placement of the light behind her, instead of losing her bump to the land, we're still getting that shape so perfectly seen. And then the light on the piece of hill to the right of her belly connects with that light that just skims ever so slightly down the front of her dress. Just a few more points would bring it to silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. The original score was 79. Great conversation. We now have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? One more score. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. And we have a challenge straight away from Catherine. Take it away.
Yeah, I gave this 85, and what this speaks volumes to me is, you've got 3 kids, but the one on the right is in an adult body, and he hasn't realised that he's not really a kid in size anymore, and he makes such a much bigger splash than everybody else. And, his sister in the middle is just so mortified by what her brother's doing. I just thought there was a lot of humour in this. I got all of their personalities. I thought this is a shoot where, the photographers turned up and no one really fits together in terms of their styling, and yet there's balance in the fun.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we please hear from Russell down the other end? Away you go.
Yeah, a meanie, really. My first reaction, to be honest, was that we've seen it thousands of times. Is it bringing anything new? Is it innovative? Is it original? Is it anything other than a nice capture of a contrived moment? So I've been a bit mean there, but when you want to bring stories and stuff into it, hey, I can grab a few points for your story, Catherine. I'm listening. If there's other judges who can sort of kind of twist my arm.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got someone else? Anyone? Oh, Stacey or Sarah Lee? Stacey, where you go? Oh goodness, we're all so polite here. Go, Stacey.
I scored this an 83. I don't get that impression that it's contrived at all. I really feel that this is an absolutely genuine moment, taken at a really, really beautiful time of night where the lighting is so beautiful and even on there. The print itself is gorgeous, but what I was getting as well was kind of like almost like that ganging up on the middle child. So that the 2 boys, 1 girl, let's gang up on her. But it's all in fun. There's heaps of playfulness, heaps of movement in there. I just thought it was beautifully done.
Thank you. Have we got anything new to add before I hand it back to Catherine? Away you go.
Russ, I don't think we have innovation, for sure. But we have a lot of humour, and one of the things that really excites me about this is the body language. All that body language is turning us in, and it is holding us in and keeping us there. I think it's a fabulous, fun reflection of this family.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. No, it should work. Oh. I've done my bit. Oh, goodness. Okay, we just had a wee moment, but we're good. We're just waiting for Catherine to enter her score. No, that's okay. All good. Okay, we have gone up 2 points, 82, silver award. Great discussion, team. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 72, a professional standard. And can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
What a gorgeous portrait of the fur baby. Obviously a very cherished part of this family. There are a few really basic technical issues that are bringing this particular image down. On the left, there's really bad chromatic aberration. The vignetting down the front's changing the tone of the sand, and then having that darker blue on the right as opposed to the left is all drawing our eyes away from the subject, which is that little dog. Keep trying. I mean, for families, they'll love this pose, so do it again and again.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Jo, you can say something.
Just quickly, if you have the chance to take a photograph like this where you actually have a minute to get it right, Be really thoughtful about what you're doing with hands, because you've got two kind of what my father refers to as meat hands going on the side there, where they're just hanging. Put them either out of the frame or put them in a pocket, but do something with them so they're not so distracting.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? If you are in Christchurch over the coming days, please make sure that you pop into the print gallery and have a look at the awarded images. They are all slowly going up into the exhibition, and we're also going to have a print auction on Thursday night, 5 p.m, with our auctioneer extraordinaire, Mark Rosetto. We're going to have some drinks available to buy, and you can buy some lovely prints that we've seen here over the last yesterday, today, tomorrow. Okay, we have a score of 73, a professional standard. And can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
There's a lot of believable love here. I feel sad to not see the mother's face in this. I just feel like losing that expression is a real loss to this portrait, and even losing the little girl's side of her face. There is a bit of flaring out and a loss of detail in the mother's hair as well, which is also letting this down.
Thank you, Catherine. Can I have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap one judge out. Stacey, you can take a break, thank you. And Catherine, can I have you back on, please? Thank you, thank you. Can I have the next print, please? And we have an initial score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. And I am going to hand this one to Catherine Williams. This is for you.
Sweet. Okay, so I gave this 93. In fact, I could give several golds here. I could give golds to like different segments of this even, because there's no part of this that lets you down. There's such a great energy, and you know, these sort of bubblegum colours throughout, they just really pop. It feels really contemporary. There's great energy when you get into the couple's expressions. Like the detail in here, every element just feels really well considered, and great framing. The overall presentation and the printing is immaculate. I can't fault this. You know, you could just make this a mural. It looks equally powerful at that size as making it huge. I just think it's really, really powerful.
Thank you, Catherine. I am going to come now to Sarah Lee. Can we hear from you, please?
I initially scored this an 83. I will be coming up because I love the manic energy that these little toddlers have. Like, they don't slow down, and that's so true to kids. Yeah, I have nothing. I don't actually. The more I look at this, the more I enjoy it. I don't know at what point of the print process unfortunate yellow marks have turned up either side. I hope that's accidental because it is quite distracting. And yeah, but it's gorgeous.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Joe, we'll hear from you, and then Russell.
Okay, let's also talk about, sorry, I gave this a 90, but I probably am going to come up a few more points. All of what you've said, 100%, but it's also so about family. It's about family with 3 little kids, and each one of these personalities is beautifully captured. The sort of, fear of that little child is palpable, and the wanting to join in. And she starts off on her parents' lap, and then she sort of walks over to the side, and then her big sister lets her go on hers, and then at the end she's on her own. Even that in itself is a brilliant story. And then you've got the little crazy boy energy everywhere, and the slightly more pared back but still quite fun little girl. I mean, and then the parents are just sitting there holding space for their children to be children and just loving them for it. I mean, I think, yes, contemporary art, yes, mural, I want all of that, I 100% agree, but really, this is family.
Thank you, Joe. Russell, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I do. Scored at 91, and I'm definitely going to be coming up. All of those photographic things, I mean, the photographer's taken a plethora of images of which they later on had to choose. It's the planning aspect of the finality of this image that really, really gets me. There's all those verticals there. Not one single vertical is competing with any of the individuals. They're either going in or out of those spaces. The coup de grace, the beautiful thing for me is the little toddler is the smallest. There's different scales, but that little toddler's been purposefully stuck in the background there as a tiny, weeny, fragile, Jesus, stay out of the way, little thingy, balancing that whole image beautifully. If those 2 little dots in the background were taken out of that image, it wouldn't be the same. It's really what gives it its kind of whimsical humour. The photographer's really planned and executed a wonderful piece of communication here that is a forever image, actually. I'm coming up. I'm actually thinking about distinction, to be honest. It's so well done.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything more to be said? Okay, I'm going to hand it back to you, Catherine. All yours.
I love how Russell said the D word at the end there. And I really do think we should consider that in this bit. This is everything, and there is an intellect to the way this has been considered. You know, when you photograph children of this age, you get a really short window. So that vision that has been so thoroughly thought out is basically flawless. And you also talked about scale. And I think the way this has been scaled to give us depth has been really cleverly handled. You know, there is a great deal of depth here, and the choice of location emphasises that even more. The way the parents at the back have become small, it's because their children are the larger-than-life part. They are their everything. And so they are just, surrounded by that loving energy. I think this is quite a superior family portrait. Gold or higher?
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 95, a gold with distinction. Great discussion. Can I have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard, and Joe is going to challenge this.
Okay, I've just squeaked it into bronze. There is an absolutely gorgeous little moment going on between these two. The posing of the mum and child is beautiful. The lighting's a bit flat, but the posing right down to the feet and the connection between them is lovely. I would have loved to have cropped right in on them and not had all the stuff around the edges, which I do find distracting, which is why I have held it into bronze. But when we are looking for connection and love and beautiful body posing, I think we have it, and so I do think it deserves a bronze.
Thank you, Joe. Russell, you've got your hand up. Take it away.
I think where it's landed is fair, to be honest. To take it into award level, a little bit more thought. There's a lot of control here. They're in a studio. The photographer's in control of everything. They've created a potential sort of brilliance. Personally, I just want the photographer to step back. Then the whole thing would have looked like a sort of a flower, or the petals of a flower, of which they were the centre of. And I just think that's an opportunity lost there. Also, the lighting's so flat that really it just kind of like poof. It's there's sort of nothing really going on there. Yes, the expressions are great and that sort of stuff, but once again, that's what you'd expect to get. So we are professional photographers. We do have a lot of control over what we do, and I just think a little bit more would have helped the image and taken it into that award range.
Thank you, Russell. Can I hear from someone else, please? Anything new to add? Yeah, away you go, Catherine. Thank you.
I scored the 73, and I do hear both ends of the argument, but ultimately I think Joe talks about the connection, which I do find is really believable, and the toes just coming, the feet just coming together. I mean, that's just such a toddler thing to do, isn't it? You know, you're trying to get them stand there perfectly, and there's this little awkwardness that comes in, and that piece just makes me smile enough to come up a few points to bring it into a bronze.
Thank you, Catherine. I think we're going back to Joe now, please.
Thank you, Catherine. And if some more of you could see your way to giving it 1 or 2 more points, that'd be great. Ultimately, guys, this is a maternity photograph with a 2 or 3 year old that's all about love and connection. And yes, there's a million things we could have, should have, would have done to have made this better, but the love and the connection and the posing is all there, and I think that's enough for a bronze.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, a silver award. And Sarah Lee, you're going to challenge that? Take it away.
I scored this an 88. I love how simplistic this is. Obviously, we've got little boys doing quirky kid things, but I think if we narrowed it down to the reds, the blues, like those bright primary colours, and then we look at the silhouettes, we've got a rectangle, a circle, a triangle, a square, like there's all very childhood sort of graphic elements in there. I love that the boy in blue is keeping all our attention on the child in red who's wearing a basketball hoop for a hat, just because, and there's so much personality that comes through in this portrait and the connection between the eyes. I think this is a beautiful image, and I urge you to come a little higher and consider it again.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. I'm going to now come to Russell down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
It's just those elements in the image don't seem to be telling any story to me. I mean, these are very young kids. What's the wheelbarrow got to do with them? What's that wooden circle got to do with anything? What's a lot of it got to do with anything, to be honest, to me? I mean, I do really enjoy the little kid's head popping up through the basketball basket. I think it's quite a cool idea. And yes, his brother's got a connection to that. But for silver, no, I'm lost on that one. I gave it, I squeaked it into bronze just for the idea of the kid's head through the netting. But the story, the elements don't gel for me. I don't understand why they're being put together, other than to fill the frame.
Thank you, Russell. Catherine Kinnick, you want to...
Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of this image. I gave it an 84, which is a really solid silver. I totally agree with what Sarah Lee said about the shapes and the colours. It's just a really fun play on those. And the wheelbarrow and with all the shapes, my brain keeps wanting to read this like a word, actually. I'm getting as far as T and O, and I don't know what the wheelbarrow is. It's not quite coming together, but it's making my eye travel around the image, as are the linking colours. I think it's quite, for an image that has quite a lot in it, it's actually quite clean and fresh. I get the impression of cleanliness from this, and I also think it's beautifully printed, so I would love to see you guys come up a bit.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, we're going to go back to Sarah Lee. Take it away.
Thank you, Catherine. And Russell, just to speak to your questions about the objects that are in there, this is their play space. Obviously that basketball hoop's there, that's the gravel area that they play basketball with. It's a lifestyle block, so you've got the hay for the animals, the wheelbarrow for the garden, and I have no idea what the circle's for, but obviously this is the place of their home. This is where they spend time together as brothers, and so rather than bringing things in, this is just them and their environment and the place that they spend so much time.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Judges, please rescore. We have a score of 83, a silver award. Can I have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Joe.
It's a really sweet little capture of these two little best friends. I think that the overall handling is quite lovely. I think to improve it, it could have had a bit more room. It's feeling a bit tight. And also the top of the girl's hair has gone pink. So it might be a case of just toning that down and darkening it down a bit.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to do a quick judge swap. Catherine Williams, you can hop off now for a break, and we're going to bring in Tanya Niwa. Welcome, welcome. Oh, no, we're going to do another one. Oh, okay. Sarah Lee, you can hop off, thank you. And Mark, you're going to come back on, this time legitimately. I'll give these guys a chance to log in. Thank you, Tanya. Okay, print handlers in room 2. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Before I sing. Russell? Someone?
I really enjoyed the image, so thank you to the photographer for presenting a lovely little piece of humour. I've no idea what's going on, but it sort of instantly gave me a feeling of some sort of operatic performance somehow. I don't know why I thought of that, but I did. I have no idea why they're pointing their fingers, but it's a lot of fun. How I'd improve it, I don't really know. I just enjoyed it for what it is. It's quite a simple image, so well done. If someone else has got an idea for the photographer to improve it, let rip.
Thank you, Russell. Next print, please. All right. We have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Joe. Oh, sorry, Mark. Yeah, Joe.
I think this is quite clever. It's the evolution of every photography shoot I've ever done with 3 children. You start out where you want them all nice and close, and they don't like it, and they're awkward, and they're kind of embarrassed, and then they sort of all look at each other and giggle, and then you get the beautiful, genuine, natural photo at the end where they're really, truly just being themselves. I think it's really well captured. I'm not really sure what could elevate it. I think we've given it a silver because we love it, but it is what it is. It's not overly innovative, so yeah, I think it's landed quite well where it is.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment from someone? Catherine, go for it. Thank you.
This image is a bit of a treasure. I really enjoy that glance over from the younger kid, just kind of really wanting to be in on this game here and not quite sure exactly how you do it. How do you hold your hands? How do you hold your mouth again? And then the older kid kind of nailing it. I feel like the light's beautiful on these boys. They're having so much fun with their little matching shirts. I do find the background slightly busy. There is a lot going on because of the shirts, and if they could have been a wee bit isolated. But then again, you get a sense of space. So I think it's a lovely image, and congratulations on your award.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Russell.
Quite a lovely little moment. Well done to the photographer. It's the light's beautiful and what have you, but it's an action sort of shot. And I lost it a little bit with the mum. Perhaps you could have chosen another image either side of this particular moment, but just the mum fiddling with her hair when her kid's tripping over, just kind of didn't add up to me for that adventurous sort of action-packed image it could have otherwise been.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. One more score. We have a score of 81, a silver award. And we're going to have a challenge from Catherine. Take it away.
Loving the simplicity of this image and the storytelling, the inclusion of all the little flecks of skin on the wee one's toes, those splayed toes. You know, we've seen a lot of hand images coming together to show the connection, but I'm really enjoying the idea of the feet doing this and the relative scale. So simple, you know, there's not a lot to really say about it, but I just find it really effective and really quite beautiful and emotional. So yeah, 86 silver distinction from me.
Thank you, Catherine. I am going to come to Tanya down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
I was on 74, professional practice. I actually do appreciate all the things that you have said, and yes, perhaps I'll reconsider. I was initially thinking, well, this is what we could expect of in this category as what we would do, but yeah, I appreciate that, all that detail in the front and such a simple way of expressing it, and the oval works really beautifully in the narrow depth of field, so yeah, I'll come up.
Thank you. Joe, you put your hand up.
Yeah, I'm in support. I gave it an 85. I was hoping to have the chat about it. Couple of things. The shape of the mat is the shape of a toe bean, which is pretty freaking cute. And secondly, yeah, we may want to capture this in the family category, but it's not as easy as it looks. To get, I'd say, maybe 4-year-old to hold their foot so still and so stable that a little baby can rest their foot against it is really quite powerful. And it speaks volumes about inclusion and love and connection. I'm quite glad I'm the second one because I can bring my score up.
Thank you, Joe. Russell, you'd like to add something?
Yeah, I scored at 81 to start with, and I've been a bit shy on it. I'm enjoying the sort of slightly oblique angle that they photographed it on as well, and it gives the lighting an extra addition with the shapes that it's created. The little toes splayed out just slightly off-centre to the foot. The photographer could have tried really hard to kind of like centralise things a bit more, but they haven't. So it's got a nice organic sort of feeling to it. So more and more I like it.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, judges, please rescore. Oh, sorry. Oh, you've got a reply. I beg your pardon. Where you go, Catherine? You had your notes ready and everything. Where you go?
Yeah, there's a real power, isn't there, in simplicity, and I totally agree that the oval mat is working here. Loving what you're saying there, Russ, about the oblique angle and the slightly off-centered foot. You know, this is real, it's organic, and it's authentic. And although we might think that we would like to do this in all these shoots, I don't know that I would have thought of this. I think it's also creative. So, silver distinction, please.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. We've got a challenge. Away we go.
Yeah, I'm on 81 for this. What I really love about it is the difference in each parent, the mum giving a really delicate, gentle kiss, and then the dad just scrunching himself in and squishing the little boy's face. Really just says a lot about how much they love their child. And even though it's not the perfect expression, I think it's just showing how much love is there for this little boy. And I think it's a clever exclamation mark of putting that image at the bottom as well. So yeah, just asking you to bring it up a couple of points to silver.
Thank you, Tanya. I'm going to come to Joe down the other end.
Yeah, I gave this a 75. I think it's definitely worthy of having a banner and being on the wall. I think it was such a clever idea, but the execution for me just falls down. I think the lighting is just really flat, and the skin tones are really sort of just murky. Do it again and get the lighting better. So it's a great idea.
Mark, your turn.
Yeah, I've stored this as 76. Just really a quick comment of, I don't get the purpose of the mat. I think it's kind of, you've come up with a concept and an idea, and it's like focus, exclamation mark, but the image is the choice of it. If you can tell me the story, I can make up a story. I can make up 20,000 stories, but for what we're given, I know what they're trying to do, but I just think that you could have chosen better images to execute that particular story.
Thank you, Mark. Catherine, did you want to add something? Go for it.
Yes, please. I'm on 83, so I totally support Tanya in this being in a silver. The exclamation mark, that's what the boy's feeling. He's just had these big smoochy kisses. He's had slobber all over his face. He's going, and he's wiping it off, and he's going, that is his emotion at the time. But the thing that I'm loving about this is also the joy in that last photo. He might be going, ooh, yeah, at his parents, but full of joy, lovely light in his face. I really like the light on the faces. I think he's got a sparkle in his eyes. I've never seen this done with the mat before, so I do think this is an original presentation that for me ties in with the narrative of the story, so I'd like to see it in silver.
Yeah, Russell, if you'd like to add something, go for it.
Well, seeing as we're all having a yak, it is really cool, the exclamation mark. And this little kid obviously is a bit of an exclamation mark himself in his personality. But I'm backing Joe up. I mean, photograph, light, measure of. I mean, it's all about light. And somehow or other, it just leaves me feeling a little bit flat. If Catherine could kind of bring me above that feeling somehow, yeah. Who's challenging? Tanya, beg your pardon, darling. If you could just bring me above that, why it's leaving me a little bit flat and why I should forget about that, then go for it.
I think we've all had a yap now, so we'll hand it back to Tanya. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm looking at this as an overall exclamation, like he is it for this family, exclamation mark. And the hands at the bottom of the little boy, I think that repeats really well and draws us back up to the angle of the top image, the shape of the mat, and I think that's where it works in really well. Yeah, he is the apple of their eye, and it's as simple as that.
Thank you, Tanya. Judges, please rescore. And we remain at a 79 bronze award, so I'm just going to click you through to review. Judges, please enter a 79 or an 80. Oh, it should be coming through. There's just a bit of a lag in the old technology. And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next sprint, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Joe, thank you.
Love this pose and the energy and the connection in this photo. I think just to elevate it, all the skin feels a bit too bright. And there is a few colour casts going on across the skin. So just get in there and have another look at the skin tones. You could lighten up through Dad's eyes too, that would help.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, just waiting for one more score, and we have a score of 76, a bronze award. And Russell is going to challenge that, so take it away.
Yeah, I'd like to challenge that. I scored at 84. The expression on the baby's to die for, so that's a given. And often when hands are introduced by parents to the baby, there's normally either side of the baby, there's this temptation to cosset the baby with balance. But obviously the tattoos on the arms are very important to these people, hence they've chosen the arms that they have to come in and touch the baby. That's part of the couple's story with each other, with these tattoos, I believe. And then I think very cleverly, and this is the bit that took me into silver, was the fact that they could have used that big thing that the baby's lying on as the background to the entirety of the image, but they haven't. They've let the carpet patterns come through to help sort of balance and kind of semi-mimic play a part with the tattoos on the arms. So I think that the photographers put a lot of thought into this image. The lighting's lovely, expressions are great, the connection's there. I really enjoy it. I think it's quite clever.
Thank you, Russell. I'm going to come to Mark now at the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
So I saw that straight away with the flowers and the tattoo. And then the carpet with the flowers as well. Like, there is the story there, but I just think it's been executed not as well. Maybe with the arms putting together, they should have been more closer, side by side, or something or other. It's just a bit kind of disjointed for me. Obviously, the expression of the baby is fantastic. I've scored it a 73 as professional standard. In terms of it exceeds normal level of experience, I don't see it exceeding that normal level and getting into that gold. Into silver of highly imaginative and creative. It's a really nice image that the parents would love.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Catherine, would you like to say something? Go for it.
Yes, please. So I gave this 78 solid bronze, and I'm coming up into silver. Russell, I completely agree with you. I think this is innovative. It's something quite different, and it's got a lot of personality in it. The arms, I don't think they could be close together because that's mum and dad, so there's a bit of an anatomical issue going on there if they're squished in too close. I think that the inclusion of the carpet gives a sense of the space and the house that they're in at the moment, and when they look back on this, that will be part of the story of this. I think also just with the arms, you've got a lovely triangle there, which speaks with me of the circle of the buffy, whatever those things are called, and then you've got this lovely up and down line of the baby, and gosh, that engagement with the baby, and just even like the placement of the little feet, everything's perfect there. That baby's having a wonderful time. And the colour palette's great. Printing's great, so I'm very happy to see this in a silver myself.
Okay, have we got anything else to add? It's all yours, Russell. Grab that microphone.
Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate all that. I think, Mark, just to help you out a little bit, the hands, the touching the baby are just beautiful. The gentle touch that they've both got is individual and very appropriate, if I could say that. And the mum's hand it's the mum's arm scooping around the baby's head as well, so touching just gently. So the whole thing's, sometimes we can get sort of, when something so simple is presented to us, it's hard to find reasons why it should be at any particular level. So it's certainly easy for me and my heart and my emotions and the appreciation of the photographer's input into this to lift it into an award level that is not gold, but it's not bronze either. I think it easily fits in the middle range of what we think is a cool thing to do, and it's low silver or silver, and please think about that.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? All right, we have an initial score of 84, a silver award. However, Mark is right up there in the gold, so you grab that mic and take it away.
Yeah, I'm up at 94 for this one, for gold. There's a few different things here. We've done family shoots on the beach a gazillion times. And what is the one thing that we tell our couple families not to do? Not wear patterns, not wear stripes, and that's what they've exactly done. It's got to the end of the photo shoot and everyone's in the water, even the guy with the crutches. It's like it's going to be fine. Now, that water at the back behind is like there's no waves. So you kind of go, where did this water even come from in the first place? But it's taken them by surprise. And the way that it's been photographed and cropped and placed with that V of the water coming off them, it just keeps on drawing straight into the family. So from a visual point of view, you do get a visual feast where you go in and you look at all the expressions, and you've got the two older kids who think, you know, this isn't going to bother me. The younger kid's freaking out. The mum with the hair on the far right-hand side is flying somewhere. So in terms of a family image, it is a little bit more... It's outstanding in terms of creativity. It's something different, thought and concept of like, hey, why don't we get a water shot and you're going to get splashed in there. And it does work extremely well as a black and white. I feel that the photographers handled it the best they could in the conditions they have. So I've scored it a 94. I'd love to talk about it.
Okay, Tanya. Thank you, Mark. Tanya, I'm going to come to you now.
Thanks, Mark. I was in the bronze range at 77. Where I thought it could have elevated a bit more was just having a slightly lower viewpoint, so there was a little bit less of the sea in the background, just to bring it in a bit more. I did appreciate the movement and the velocity of the water and drawing us in, and some of the expressions and those trying to keep it together. But yes, I will keep listening.
Yes, Russell, I can see you there. Go for it.
I scored at 87. I'll be coming up with Mark. Tanya, the angle, we wouldn't have got that energy. Well, the first thing that struck me was the photographer's a clever person, because they know what's about to happen and the group does not. They know that the water's going to come in and it's going to F them up. So it's done that, and then there's a reaction, and there's so much entertainment in all the different reactions, and the most entertained I was when I went in there. There's the teenage girl who refuses to succumb to the hilarity of the rest. She's too freaking cool for that. She's just going to stay stoic and let it happen around her. So I really enjoy that little piece of information there. So I think the angle that's been shot, the moment has been created by the photographer, and they've zapped it. They've zapped it perfectly, and I think it's been presented to us in a really cool way. It's a good idea. It's a great bunch of people. The patterns and all the clothes being in black and white have just added to the whole energy. The whole thing's bloody crazy, and I think it's worthy. And I'll be going to gold.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything more to add? I'm going to hand it back to Mark. Take it away.
Yeah, fantastic. So we're all on good things. Tanya, with the concern of the space, it needed space. You can't not have space in this image. If it was cropped any tighter, you wouldn't get the grandness of what it is, and that the fact that there's no waves behind it, it just makes it mysteriously weird at the same time. So let's go to gold and have a little party.
Thank you, Mark. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 91, a gold award. Congratulations. I'm going to do, can I have a blank screen, please? I'm going to do a judge swap over. Mark, you've done great, but can you hop off, please? I think honours are going to want you, so just put your face somewhere where they can see you. And Stacey Cavalier, can you hop on, please? And, And Joe, would you like a break? And we'll bring Sarah Lee back in. I mean, you can try and be Sarah Lee if you like, Joe, but we'll bring in the real Sarah Lee. Here she is. Look at her. Glorious. Okay, print handlers in room 2. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Doo-doo-doo. Yes, Stacey? Yeah, go for it.
This is a really, really contemporary, modern family image. It's quite differently presented in the obviously the family are quite serious and not overly physically connected, but there's some real quirks of humour in there, and with the little slippers and the dog with that great big grin in the foreground, those beautiful pops of colour, the symmetry on either side. It's been really well thought of, well seen, well put together. It's a beautiful image and it deserves that silver distinction. Well done.
Thank you, Stacey. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Russell.
Beautiful modelling, but I'd be very careful. The right hand coming over the little boy's shoulder, almost as big as the kids' faces, and it's quite a distraction, so it might have reached higher levels, perhaps if we weren't distracted by the posing.
Thank you, Russell. Can I have the next print, please? And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. We're going to put that through into... Oh, you would like to challenge it? Yeah, thank you. It has to go to review anyway, so go for it, Catherine.
I gave this an 83 silver. Beautiful little moment, absolutely gorgeous light, and I think it says a lot about the family with the context here, the farm machinery in the front, that lovely curve of the red there, but also the connection, the love on the mum's face. And what I actually really enjoyed about this is just that tiny little gap that you can see between her hand and the wee kid's bottom. Like she's just ready there with the support, as you do, when you're a mum, and supporting this moment, but not like she hasn't shoved him into this. Potentially I would have liked to see a little bit more of the kid's face, but you do still get all the sensation of anticipation here. I don't know if he's looking out there for dad coming home or something, but it's got storytelling, it's got a beautiful composition, beautifully printed, and so yeah, silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we please hear from Tanya down the other end?
Yeah, I was at 74. It's really only because of just the angle of the little boy, just wanting to see a little bit more. Appreciating the rest of the image and everything else that you said, though. Yeah.
Thank you, Tanya. Can I hear from someone else? Thank you, Stacey.
I scored this a 79 for all the reasons that you did, Catherine, as well. The tenderness from that mother is absolutely beautiful, but I also think the tones are really lovely, the kind of muted colours. It gives it that really, really gentle feel to it. I was held back because of the boy looking away, but I can come up easily.
Thank you, Stacey. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to Catherine. Take it away.
Good on you, Stacey. Yeah, tenderness is the perfect word, and it does have a timeless feel. There's real love in here, and we do kind of know what their boy's thinking, even though we don't see more of his face. And I'm only asking for a low silver, so I reckon it's there.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okie dokie. We have an initial score of 83, a silver award. However, we do have Catherine Kadanak in the gold range, so I'm handing it over to you. Take it away.
Might be risking getting myself thrown off the panel here, but I'm getting a bit excited. This is really original and so simple and clean and fresh. Really fun. I love the simplicity of it, but also even in what you can see of these bodies, the styling, the fact that the blue shirts match, and there's about the same level of that, and then you've got the band of body, the colour palette, then the darker pants and the white one, the sand, you can tell what they're doing. There's this is a handstand competition. The sky's beautiful, the little pink tone of the skin against the cool sky. And I think it's been beautifully printed. It is extremely simple, but I think it's a very effective piece of communication. And there's this story here of family, fun, bit of competition going on there. Yeah, talk about it.
We'd never kick you off the panel, Catherine. Can we please hear now from Tanya? Thank you.
I was on 74. I appreciate the viewpoint that we are presented with, and I applaud the photographer for that. I was just, perhaps I am swayed by all of your conversation to help me bring it up. Probably need to, anyway. Yeah, I'm listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Russell, your turn.
I scored it 86, so I enjoyed it very much as well. It's about what we can't see really in lots of ways, and it is the family category, and they are siblings. I really love their dirty feet. So, there's just little... when it's so simple, we're sort of really challenged, aren't we? Because do we love it? Or do we sort of think, oh, shit, it's so simple, I'm going to give it a simple score. And you can pretty much get away with anything. We could give it bloody 99 and probably get away with it, and give it a 70 and get away with it. So I prefer to err on the cleverness of the photographer to present something like this, their bravery, their sort of adventure, if you like, and challenging us to recognise the beauty and simplicity. And so, I'll back up there. Catherine?
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else we'd like to add? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to Catherine. Take it away.
I don't really have anything new to add because I think Russell just said that absolutely beautifully. Just do it. It means gold.
Well done, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. How are we all feeling, judges? Are we okay? Yeah? All good? I mean, you look great, Russ. I'm sure you're having a great time down there. We've got more lollies. Should we throw them out? Print handlers, can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 85, a silver distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
This is an absolutely delightful image, and you've really nailed the expressions across that entire family. So believable. Those boys are having a wonderful time. And I think you've also done a great job of separating the family from the background with the dark hair. You've still got the highlight there. Maybe just a tiny little bit more space, but I think this is a very well-deserved silver distinction.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. And we have a challenge from Stacey. Away you go.
I gave this an 82. The tonal range for it is absolutely stunning. It's so soft and so delicate, and all the way through the image. And then the expression on the mother's face is just divine. She is so happy to be pregnant, and I know she's face on, so maybe not showing the bump as much as she usually would, but it means that we get to see her face even more. The horizon kind of converges gently into the bump where all the action is, and then we've got the added element of that beautiful reflection at the bottom. I just think it deserves to be in that silver range because all of those elements seem to come together and just create a really beautiful, gentle feeling image, and it's lovely.
Thank you, Stacey. Russell, would you like to speak? Go for it.
All those things, but I'm just visually disturbed. The first thing I can't take my eye off it is the headland coming into her. I mean, just a few steps to the right from the photographer, she would have been surrounded in the gradation that you were talking about, the tones that you were talking about. It just would have been completely gorgeous then, but I'm just distracted by her touching, or that touching her. Help me with that if you can.
Thank you, Russell. Can I hear from someone else if you've got something to add? Tanya, where you go?
Yeah, I was in support of this image on 81. I feel that the background is blurred enough, the depth of field is narrow enough to not be too distracting, Russell. And I really enjoy the birds leading us into her eye, and then we're looking down to the image. And yeah, appreciate that beautiful time of day that's captured in her expression.
Thank you, Tanya. If we have nothing else to add, I'll hand it back to Stacey. Take it away.
Okay, thanks for that support, Tanya. That's really lovely. The birds are really beautiful in there as well, and bring us back to that central image. I think if this beautiful mother had been moved to the left slightly, or we'd shot so that we'd see more of the left, then we wouldn't have that kind of convergence of those lines coming towards her in the middle. We would have been left with something kind of more running at an angle kind of straight through her body. And so although it is, I can see the headland is a wee bit darker than the rest of the image, I still think it works really beautifully to bring our eyes towards that central point where this beautiful, joyful mother is. So let's reward the beauty of this one.
The initial score was 78. Thank you, Stacey. Let's rescore, judges. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Just give me a moment, judges. I'm going to blame the Wi-Fi. I don't know. We're going to blame something. Something slow. This has crashed. Hang on. We're just resetting. Luckily, I'm tech support here, so I will fix this in a jiffy. Just wait. I was going, back out, back in. Okay, we should be good. Judges, please enter your scores. Look at that. Didn't even have to call anyone. Right here. 0800. Okay, yeah, gold. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. And, oh, there we go. Tanya's going to give it a whirl. Take it away.
Yeah, I scored this 83. Went through all the considerations of where it should sit, and what really brought it home for me was the absolute joy in Dad's face, and leading down into the absolute joy in the dog's face, looking up at the little boy and the dad. There's just this beautiful thing going on between those three. At first I was a little bit put off by the little boy looking straight at the camera, but I feel like that also is part of what's endearing about the image. Love the colours in it. Yeah, beautifully printed. Yeah, silver.
Thank you, Tanya. I've got 3 of you on 74, so yeah, away you go, Russell. All yours.
Yeah, so 74 is high professional standard, and that's sort of really where it sits. I think it's quite static, really. I mean, it's an attempt at dynamisms, you know what I mean? And it's not quite carried out. I just just think it's just not quite there. The action is just not quite carried out. Maybe the shot would have been the dog and the boy and the father, but the two girls just don't bring it home.
Thank you, Russell. Can I have one more if there's anything new to add? Otherwise, yeah, thank you, Sarah Lee.
I scored a 74 as well. Having the mother's face turned away, she's just the one person who's really passive and quite hidden. And I don't know if anyone else finds how yellow the highlights in the background are distracting. To me, it's a little unnatural. But yeah, I do love the movement and keep going to get towards more of the dynamicism, dynamics.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Tanya, back to you.
Yeah, thanks for all your comments and feedback. What I also love about is, and I appreciate, Russell, what you said about the staticness on the right-hand side of the image. What I really enjoy about the little girl is it looks like she's looking to her brother to, it's almost like following what the little boy's doing, and she's trying to copy and add something to it. Just, yeah, I don't have much more to add than that. Yeah.
Thank you, Tanya. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score remaining on 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Is anyone else finding this eerily quiet? Like just us in here. It's so nice. Yeah, I feel like my brain is not focusing on 3 different rooms. Just because it's quiet, you don't need to shh anyone. This Friday and Saturday we have the New Zealand photo show right here at the Majestic. So if you are in Christchurch or you want to get yourself back down here, or get yourself down here, you can still buy tickets to the photo show, nzphotoshow.co.nz, or if you are actually in Christchurch, you can pop into the Majestic and see the team at reception who can help you out. Okay, we have an initial score of 90, a gold award. Woo! We have Catherine Kanak, you are the highest scorer, so I'm going to hand it over to you.
Awesome. Fantastic, straight out of the gate gold. What a sumptuous, rich image. I feel like this photographer has given this family a real work of art with the thread, but also, you know, they've planned this and they've got the thread around the baby and then they've done the circle in there, so they've really put a lot of thought into it and it's really quite original, but also just really nailed the expressions and the connection on all 3 faces. They look like they're genuinely having a fantastic time. Like that, it's really nice to see a mum. She looks like she's really responding to this photographer rather than just posing and trying to look beautiful, you know. I mean, she looks beautiful anyway, but you know, it's so real and authentic. And then the light on that little baby's face. I don't know what the significance is of the thread, but I feel it's obviously a cultural thing, so I feel like this is really tying into their family. They are all beautifully connected, so rich, so luscious. Yeah, fantastic.
Russell, you're way down there on your own, mate. Way you go.
Yeah, I've probably been a little bit mean because I enjoy all those things you're talking about. I'm just a little bit of a stickler for hands in portraiture, especially studio portraiture, and the energy. We've been asked for our eye to roam around that image, and it's just got a circularity that's been suggested by the cotton on the outside, but also by the individuals themselves. And so just where Dad and Mum's hand come together, it's very awkward. It hasn't flowed, but I've been too tough on that little element alone because there are other many things to enjoy. So I'll be lifting my score. What was the score, by the way?
The score is 90 gold.
Oh, well, I'm very happy with it to have gotten there, that's for sure. So I'm very happy that you guys are happy that it's got there. So that's all right. I won't be spoiling the party.
Oh, thanks, Russ. Hey, Sarah Lee, your turn.
I love this image. I'm going to start with that I wish that the mother was on a platform so that the father's head wasn't creating a line across from the back of his head across his shoulder. Just bringing her up would just soften his angle a little bit. I love the concept, and hopefully I've got this correct. That red thread is wrapped from the moment they find out about the pregnancy. It's a band of protection, or it's a thread of protection that they wear until it falls off, until after the birth. And so to take that and literally circle around the family with that protection, it has so much symbology for them, for their culture. And I think it's really, really well done. And for that family, it would have so many meaning, so many layers of meaning. And yeah, credit to the photographer to take that creative step and really run with it. Oh, gave it 92, and I'm coming up higher.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have we got anyone else that would like to talk? Yeah, thank you, Stacey.
I gave this a 91. It's absolutely beautiful, and the thing that originally did make me wonder was the kind of the crouching down of the father towards the mother. But actually, I find it really endearing. I think if the mother had been brought up higher, then I think it would have been a much more kind of traditional, slightly more static, what we're used to seeing pose. But he almost circles round them as well. And so there's so many beautiful elements in this. It's really worth a gold.
Thank you, Stacey. And I'm going to hand it back to Catherine for right of reply. Take it away.
Thank you, Sarah Lee, for the explanation of the red thread. That's really beautiful. So the only negative things we've really heard here are Dad's positioning and the hands. In terms of the hand, I feel like they don't bother me at all. They just look naturally how the hands would sit, and they're also nicely lit, so they're darker there in the shade. That your eye is, the brightest parts of this image are the three faces. And in terms of the angle, I agree, it's really endearing. He is adding to that circle, and I also just think it's honest. It's real. This is their relative heights, and so I love that authenticity and the way the photographer has made this pose really work for their family. Absolutely stunning work. Well done with your gold. Let's see if we can make it an even stronger gold.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 79, a bronze award, and it's going to get reviewed anyway, so if one of you wants to challenge it. Oh, he's so polite, you two. Where you go, Russell?
Thank you. I'll have a crack. Well, we're nearly there anyway. So I just really enjoy the image for its simplicity. I like the sort of almost emphasis on pudginess, really. The top hand is pudgy, and then the inclusion of the baby's bicep just allows that fold in the skin just to play on that concept that's carried through. That could have easily been left out, and we would have had a vertical arm coming up and kind of been a little bit more contrived. But I think it's quite neat that our eye is taken from the bottom right-hand corner through that little pudginess to that adult's hand. I quite enjoy the light glistening off the thumbnail as well. It's sort of, kind of gives me a sense of a source of the light. So there's some nice shapes in there. There's some fantastic connection, simple delivery, and quite a powerful communication.
Thank you, Russell. I'm going to come to Sarah Lee. Can we hear from you, please?
I scored this a 72. With symbolism that we've seen many times before in such a simplistic image, I think all the details and the technical aspects have to be absolutely perfect. What you like about the adult thumbnail, I find quite distracting. It draws me away from the connection of that little hand clasping the finger. I also find where it's been cropped a little bit awkward, where we don't have either the full hand, but we have the full arm and then the shoulder missing. Also, I don't know if it's the printing or the black and white grading, but where the light falls off that baby's arm, it's like a very defined line rather than a beautiful gradient across to the shadows. And it would be nice to have a little bit more clarity just to really, really pump up those details. I'm listening. Yeah, please want to hear more.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have we got anyone else? Yeah, thank you, Catherine.
I gave this 84, really solid silver, and I think I probably would have even gone to distinction had it not been for those things you mentioned. I had a really strong emotional reaction to this image, not only just to the connection, but I guess all to the pudginess maybe. So I was like, oh, you know, it's so simple, it's beautiful. Your eye just flows up through there, and I'm also in favour of the thumbnail. I think that hand would have got darker, but it just keeps that flow going down there. It's just so simple, and as Russ said, really powerful. And, you know, we're not asking for gold, we're just asking for a silver here, so see what you can do. Oh no, wait, I'm not even wrapping up. Over to you, Russ.
I mean, if you want to wrap it up, Catherine, you can, but I think we'll let Russell do it.
Thank you.
Way you go, Russell.
Thank you, panel chair. You know, sort of well said by Catherine, we're not asking for moonbeams here, but it's definitely a silver. And just sort of think of it, Sarah Lee, as a little bit of a landscape, really, but it happens to be people. And so where the light falls over mountain ranges and lands on different things, so it is here. So I enjoy the thumbnail. I'm not particularly disturbed by some of the things that you are. I think it just is all a message of tenderness and connection, and it's carried out very, very effectively. So it's easily a silver.
Thank you,
I gave it
Russell.
a silver
Judges.
distinction of 85. See how generous you can be.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a blank screen, please? Russell, you can have a break. You have been going for 2 hours. And can we please have on Joe? Thank you. We've had to run some of our judges quite long because we've had a lot of chopping and changing with different categories and the like. Okay. Are we all good, Joe? Yes. Room 2, print handlers, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
I love the varied positions these boys are in terms of jumping. I love that you've left a little bit of space around the mat to give it some freedom and to really create that uplifted sort of feel as well. Unfortunately, the third character next to the little dog, having his head drop so far, it hides too much of his personality, and it means that all our attention is on that highest figure, and it's not equally sort of given between the three characters. So perhaps another frame from this particular shoot would be wonderful.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 87, a silver with distinction. However, we have Joe Francis in the gold range, so take it away.
I've given this a 94. I think this is an absolutely brilliant family portrait. Those dogs are fantastic, and the way they've been posed, it's both comical, but there's also a real strength to it. And the fact that that the couple are so beautifully engaging with the dogs and making the dogs really feel part of their family. I've never seen anything like this. I think this is actually genuinely original. It's been well handled. It's beautifully framed within the environment. It's easy gold. Have another look, guys, and let me know what you're thinking.
Okay, I'm coming down to, thank you, Joe. Sarah Lee, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
I scored this an 83, and I will be coming up. I love the interaction with the humans and their dogs. The two dogs up the top that are very still, that are staying there, that are calling their attention, but they're stationary. I don't find that interaction as believable. It almost feels as if they were shot and composed, and they're just waiting for that command from someone off camera. And I would love for them to have just a little bit more interaction, just to make this such a complete connection between all the characters. I also find like the dodging and burning, you can clearly see the ring where the dodging, where the burning comes in, and it's just a little too much, especially with that horizontal beam across the top, that halo that follows it on the top bit as well. Those are all just little bits that distract us away from the centre. I love the potential here, and farming families, their working dogs are one of the most significant family members. So for that couple, this would be such a powerful image. So credit to the photographer for really showcasing that.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have I got someone else that would like to add something? Yes, Catherine, thank you.
I gave this 87, silver distinction, and I had it there partly because of the vignette, but partly because I think three of those dogs are looking at somebody just out of the frame. However, I am going to come to gold because I agree, Joe, I haven't seen anything like this. This is 6 dogs too, and I don't believe those top ones have been composited, and I think they were originally there. So in terms of you flowing around all of these faces, that's a hell of a challenge to get 6 dogs, and they are looking good. They might not be looking at the camera or in at the couple, but oh my gosh, how much can we demand of this? And I think also the dogs immediately around the couple are looking towards, you've got the one giving the lick. So it's well composed, it's beautifully printed, and we've got moment and connection and this couple's family. So I'm very happy to see this in gold.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything new to add before I hand it back to Joe? Take it away.
Hey, Sarah Lee, this is a family portrait, and those are the oldest, best behaved, doing as they're told dogs. If you think of this as their children, each one of them has a different personality, and some are being the little one is being goofy and licking dad's face rather than doing what it's told. But the top ones, they're doing exactly what they're told. They're standing there stiff, stationary, and perfectly on point. this is just so original, guys. It's original, it's heartfelt, it's funny, and there's just buckets and buckets and buckets of connection. What more can we want from a family portrait that feels incredibly authentic? Let's give this a gold, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 74, professional standard. Yeah. Can I have a comment, please? Yep. Go for it, Catherine.
Absolutely beautiful connection with this lovely family. You can really feel the love here. Nicely posed with the heads in together. I think to strengthen it, just have a little think about the styling. I think the white patterned t-shirt on the girl and the white pattern on the baby is really quite distracting and sort of interferes with the cohesiveness of the image. It just could have been elevated had that all come together.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap a couple of judges over. Tanya, you can take a break. And Johan, are you good to go? Oh, look, he's a speed machine. Runs in, quickly eats a muesli bar, takes a seat. Look at that. Magic. Okay, and can we swap the Catherines over, please? Thank you very much, Catherine Kidnack. Just give these lovely judges a chance to log in. And can we have the next print, please? Just waiting on a couple of scores. We have an initial score of 87, silver with distinction. However, we have 2 in the gold range, and Joe Francis is the highest, so it's all yours. Take it away.
Okay, glad to hear I have some support. I scored this in 93. I think that this is one of the most simply beautiful family portraits I've ever seen. It is so clean, so serene, so stylistic. It's really a piece of contemporary art. We still have connection, and we get the clear story of the 3 children and the parents coming in behind, but it is just simply so beautiful. I'd have this on my wall, and they're not my kids, so love to hear what you guys are thinking.
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to come to Sarah Lee. I saw you leaning forward. You knew it.
I'm really glad that you guys judged us so much higher than I did, because I was feeling the same things as you, Joe. What was really holding me back was the grain and the darkness in the front. I feel had that been cropped out, had it been subdued, I think it wouldn't have detracted us from our beautiful family here. I feel if it was just a full vastness of that beautiful off-white, our eyes would have just gone to their silhouettes, their movement, just a little bit more. I'm definitely coming up, so thank you. But I'm keen to hear more, just to see if we can't push this even higher.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Catherine, all yours.
Yeah, I was on 91 with this, and I disagree about the foreground, that it just gives so much balance, you know, anchoring it down and weighting it, and it gives it a sense of place. You know, this family to me is like everything that's important to them is right there and isolated. I just think that's, you know, beautifully, the vision of it is beautiful. The reward when you get in close and you see mum and dad's foot is forward and mum's foot is back. And then they have a leg that's kind of almost combined, like there's this sort of unison with them that is really beautiful. And I just think this is the moment. Like, those birds are not always going to be there for them to disturb. Like, you know, this is the moment. It doesn't feel like rinse and repeat. I just feel the capture of this is exquisite. I questioned, like, when I looked at it, I was like, okay, you know, the white space around there. And I was like, actually, I love the fact that, you know, how that sort of shows that space around it and gives it a little bit of breathing room, but the mat is such a beautiful finish to the presentation.
Thank you, Catherine. I just had the most glorious smile from Johan. He wanted to be next. Away you go.
I gave this an 87, and it's not going to take a lot of sweet talking to get me up higher. I was initially held back by the weight of the bottom of the image, but I agree with you, Catherine, that it needed something to stand on. It needed something to not be just a floating nothing. And I think that your mention of the birds is critical, because if the birds weren't there, they were going to run into a river or a lake. And that doesn't sound right. So having them there is great fortune, great vision, great capturing. And then nobody's talked about timing. The moment when all the kids in the front and their legs are in high action, and they are in synchronicity, and then the placement or the division between the linear elements across the horizon, the birds, the kids, and the adults, there's so much space, but there's so much connection. And then on top of that, that wonderful reflection of them. How could it not be gold?
Thank you,
Shame on
Johan.
me.
Yes, Stacey, your turn.
I was very, very tight on this one, and I scored it an 84. But I really do love it. I really enjoy the atmosphere and all of the things that you've said about it already. I was held back by the grain in the bottom there. That I found that really distracting, but I actually really liked the dark area at the bottom, because I felt without that we wouldn't actually see the ripples in the water either, and that gave it that beautiful bit of movement and serenity. And it's obviously a very still lake or something that they're on to get those beautiful reflections, but there is that little bit of gentle movement too. So I've definitely been really stingy. I'm going to be coming up despite the noise that bothered me. Everything else is so gorgeous that I'm with you.
Thank you, Stacey. I'm going to hand it back to Joe for right of reply.
Catherine and Johan have said such beautiful things. I'm not going to repeat what they've said, but the two things I would like to add is that this is a winter portrait. Who photographs families outside in winter? You know, how beautiful is the quietude of this picture? The simplicity of it is what's powerful. And the other thing is, this photographer is miles away from these people. And how hard is that to get such beautiful timing and beautiful energy when realistically they can't even hardly see these people? I think there's incredible skill gone into this portrait, as well as having beautiful mood, tone, sense of family, connection, everything that makes it gold. You guys know what to do.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 93, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? While the judges are looking at this image, I'm just going to do a shout out to our category sponsor, Edges Art and Framing. For all your fine art printing and framing requirements, check them out at the trade show to learn more about the new Forever frames and folio frames and how you can win a folio frame worth $295. You just have to go and see them at the trade stand. And soon they will be relaunching B Pro products in New Zealand. I did not know this. This is exciting. Wood prints, glassless prints, folio boxes, art mounts, and more to come. Oh, I love it. Okay. We're just waiting on a couple of prints. A couple of scores, sorry. We have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone who's not eating a lolly? Thank you, Stacey.
Absolutely joyful expression on this little person's face. Really gorgeous, how they're directly looking straight into the camera. And I love the fact that they've chosen to come wearing their glittery nail polish to the photo shoot. It's colourful and different on each hand, which is absolutely wonderful. To elevate it, I think that the background is quite bright, and I find there's slightly magenta-y tones in the skin, but it's really beautiful. Well done.
Thank you, Stacey. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
I think there's a strong sense of connection with these girls who I'm assuming are sisters. The overall, the lighting, the density of the print is quite flat, and it's quite a heavy sort of a print, and it doesn't sort of pair that well with the overall feeling of these girls. It sort of has a very studio portrait pose to it as well, which is a little bit hard to read in the scene.
Thank you, Catherine. Can I have the next print, please? Just going to do a little shout out to our print handlers. It's a long day standing behind there, feeding the prints in and out, writing the right score down. You're doing amazing. Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Joe.
There's a beautiful quietness to this portrait, a sort of serenity and being in the moment with her growing bump. I think that it's been really nicely styled within this environment. The dress really nicely echoes and matches into the foliage. I think to elevate it, we needed a little bit more sort of, I'm not going to be able to say the D word now. Diamond is a rubber. We could do with more dramatic lighting. Just a little bit. It does all feel a little bit flat and sort of closed down. I think we could have elevated it with a bit more pop.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 68, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thanks, Johan. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. I really like the height relationship between these two. You know, the emphasising of that with the looking up towards, and that's this awkwardness that often happens in families. I feel that the choice of a dark background with dark clothing in the foreground is just not working, because it almost looks like they don't have legs. And maybe a little bit of lighting from the back somewhere might have just lifted their expressions up, or the sensation of them being there up. And then somehow working with the connection in the arms, like the arm just resting through the arm of the boy. It just is sitting there in midair. We really want to have a sense of feeling between them. But, you know, keep working on it.
Thank you, Johan. Can I have a blank screen, please? Just going to do a judge swap. Stacey, you can take a break. Thank you very much. And Mark, you can come on, please. And Sarah Lee, if you'd like to take a break. And Tanya, if you'd like to jump on, please. Just give Tanya, you're on. Sorry, Tanya was just having something to eat and didn't hear me. Thank you. Okay, can we have the next print in room 2, please? Just waiting on one more score. It's okay, you don't have to run. You're okay. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, great styling that gives a nod to the precious car. And, you know, the couple look well connected, and the car is part of their family here. I do think that the framing also with the trees in the background has been well seen. The really accentuated saturation of the grass is really overpowering to to the portrait here, and also the I appreciate the natural state of this, but the amount of leaves in that guttering on the side is giving quite a bit of distraction to what is quite a clean sort of formal portrait in a way. But definitely well sort of seen, and yes, it's got a beautiful nod to a piece of probably their family history.
Thank you, Catherine. Can I have the next print, please? We have a score of 70, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Joe.
I think there's probably a really sweet little moment going on here, but we're slightly on the wrong angle to be able to see it. I think if the photographer had taken a step to the right, we might have been able to engage a little bit more with the little boy. Yeah, I mean, well done for having your clients feel really comfortable and safe with you in order to have this lovely little interaction. But just think about where you are in relation to them, and also overall the whole photo's a bit hot, a bit too bright. It could have been toned down a little.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. One more. There we go. We have an initial score of 88. It's all right, Johan, I know. Which is a silver distinction. And yes, Johan, you're the highest scorer, so away you go.
What's the chance of that? I gave it a 97. Okay. Thank you to the photographer for presenting us this 9-frame image. Thank you to the photographer for giving us an understanding of somebody else's kids. It's a series of photographs that give us a story about energy, about hierarchy, about relationships, and man, it's so cool. The tonal control is exceptional. The use of black and white here to simplify it is fantastic. The scene itself, the background, is impeccable. The timing for the first image where they're jumping in the air where they can is great. It shows so much about each one, and if you look at each layer and follow each child as they go down, it's just splendid, and it's beyond just a mere gold. This is superior. This is creative, it is inventive, and it's a gold with distinction for me.
Thank you, Johan. I'm going to come to Mark. Hear from you, please.
So I'm at an 82. And it's actually 3 images, not 9.
I know.
Okay, cool. Just making sure we're on the same page. In terms of the images, I'm listening. I'm all ears. I see all the different personalities and all the characters. I appreciate the photographer's strength to draw your eyes in and to control all the colours. So I would love to find out a little bit more. Please talk to me.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Take it away.
My score did start with a 9, but I'm not sure that the second number, which is a 0 currently, is quite right. I thought the grid of 9, which isn't a 9, but is a 9, is absolute brilliance in this. And I agree with all of the factors of how this has been handled. And there's more. Like in that centre top frame, the oldest child gives the youngest child confidence, which we see through the little girl's hand in her mouth. She doesn't quite know what to do, but the two on the outside are like, jump, jump. And this is like kids when they're bored and they have nothing to do and there's no devices. How fabulous is that? They find ways to make fun, and this is it. And in that second strip of 3, then the little girl's getting a little confidence, and then there she is out on the left, like, look at me, look at me. Like, there's so much story in every single one of these, and I think the way that the boy is kind of isolated off on the right-hand strip, that's just like, it sort of makes me feel like, the smelly boy is out on his own in this. Like, there's just story and rhythm, and every single piece in here has earned its place to be here on this. Very successful.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anyone else? Did you want to speak, Joe? Yeah, please.
I scored this an 85. I'm still thinking. I guess what I keep seeing is construction. And it feels very perfectly, beautifully constructed. And I wanted to feel a little bit more authenticity, I guess. I feel like the photographer said, jump, okay, now cross paths, now lay down. And I kind of can really feel and see the photographer in the image, and I don't want to. I want it to feel a little bit more genuine. But I do really like your story about the little girl, and I can see that, and that is helping. So, yeah, I'm still listening. I am influenceable. Is that even a word? Should be.
Influenceable? Is it influenceable? Able to be influenced. Under the influence? Able to be influenced. Tanya, your turn.
Yeah, I underscored this at 85. In response to your questions, I feel that kids being kids and bringing joy, the interaction with whatever the photographer has said or done to create this is just magic. I think to have that much fun at a shoot and bring out each child's personality for the family. And I also thought I was looking at 9 images, and then I'm like, oh my God, it's actually only 3. Thanks, Mark. I'm definitely going into the gold. It's just a matter of where in the gold.
Thank you. I think we're going to hand it back to Johan. All yours.
In the tonality, there's a wonderful delicacy that goes beyond the chaos of children. And it's so easy to look at. It's so easy to fall into without going, I want to fix anything about the tonality. It is perfect. There's the individuality of each person, and I think if you're struggling to get to distinction, go through and follow each child down their own path to where they get to, and understand that each of those paths is the right path for each of them. It's so well managed by the photographer. The control is there from the photographer. The photographer has told them to do things or given them a lead at least, and that's their job. And then what the children gave them was theirs. They own all that. So I feel the photographer's involvement in what's happened has really been as a prompt rather than as a constructor. I gave this a 97 because I feel that it is graceful, powerful, beautiful, and gold distinction worthy. I gave it a 97.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 95, a gold distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Johan.
Congratulations on your bronze. I feel the splash in the air is the beautiful highlight in this image. There's an energy in there, and then the mother's response is fantastic. The front kid in the dark outfit, if they would just somehow miraculously slightly more to the left, it would be a clearer and more fun image. I feel the crossover has just sort of influenced it a little bit. Love the sky. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Can I have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap Catherine for Catherine. Thank you very much, Catherine Williams. You guys are just taking turns in the Catherine seat. Just swap in, swap out. Okay, room 2 print handlers, can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment? Yeah, Joe, go for it.
I am really sorry to the photographer. I gave this an 83 and I wish I had given it an 85 so I could challenge it and talk about it a bit more. But what a beautiful capture. It's so real. They're wrapped up in their mama's own swaddles. These 3 perfect babies and this hulk of a toddler. And the 5th person in this photo, which is the mum, just about holding on to the waistband of that baby's nappy so that he doesn't land splat on these 3 babies. It's a beautiful picture of serenity and peace and chaos and danger. Well done. No thoughts on how you can improve it. It is what it is. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? And just while the judges are looking at this print, I am going to highlight that the award winners are in all of the entries, award entries I should say, are in the print gallery at the Majestic. So if you're not here right now, make sure you get here. And on Thursday, which is tomorrow at 5 p.m, we have our live print auction with the auctioneer extraordinaire, Mark Rosetto. I really wish I had a title like that. It just sounds so good. Auctioneer extraordinaire. I mean, I'd be hopeless at an auction because I just buy it all. But so make sure you come along. And then at 7 p.m, we're going to have the Iris Awards wrap party. Thanks to our major sponsors, Canon, and we will be announcing all the Iris category finalists along with the finalists for New Zealand and Australian Photographers of the Year. Okay, we just need another score. Told you I was going to start singing. It's only taken me 8 hours. Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. This is going to go through to a review. Are you going to challenge it, Jo? Take it away.
Okay, I gave this an 83. I wish they were bigger. I feel like there's 2 very cool portraits down the bottom that speak of connection and togetherness and farm life. And the posing is just absolutely beautiful on the right-hand one. I would have gone higher if I could see more of the expressions. So I might not be doing a very good job of talking it up here, but that's where I'm sitting. I feel quite happy at 83. I'd love to see you guys. You're going to have to rescore this anyway, so you may as well put it in the 80s and give it a silver.
I'm going to come, thank you, Jo. I'm going to come to Catherine now, please, at the other end of the scale.
I gave this 73, high professional standard. I guess I'm not seeing anything particularly different that would take me into the award level. I am listening to you, but I see some really high professional standard images here, and I also see a really, really heavy vignette. I'm struggling getting past the unnaturalness of the vignette. I've possibly underscored it, not coming up into bronze, so I'm open to that, but might need to hit a lot more to come into silver.
Thank you. Can I hear from someone else? Johan, are you looking? Yes, please.
So I gave it a 78. I'm happy for it to have a bronze. I agree with you about that vignette, and also that quite dominant sky is quite oppressive and doesn't make me feel happy about these kids or where they are. It makes me feel like foreboding, and I don't feel that's the intent with this family. They want them to be joyous and celebratory, and I just feel that the sky has actually become a third player in the story.
Thank you, Johan. Have we got anything new to add? Okay, Jo, back to you. Thank you.
All right, sounds like I'm pushing it uphill. Okay, so I do agree with you about the vignette. I wish it wasn't there, but it is there. So judging what is there, the bottom left photo is superior to your standard family portraits. There's a beautiful connection through all of those people. All of them are sort of articulated beautifully within that scene. And they have great little expressions and great little connection. And then the one on the right, when you have a really good close look at it, it's just so beautifully posed. I would love to have not had the top one, but we do have it. So I've given it a low silver. See what you can do.
Thank you, Jo. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 85, silver with distinction. However, yes, Jo, you are in the gold range. Take it away.
Okay, so having had the lovely opportunity to do a grandchildren's shot before. This is great. There's so many beautiful little personalities in here. You circle right round with the boy holding the space at the top, the little arm coming out, and the little quiet girl with the hand up. But the cookie is the dad's. The dad's being reflected. To me, this is every photo I've ever tried to take of a group where the bloody parents behind you are going, look at me, smile, smile. I feel like the photographer has, not only is the actual image joyful and gorgeous and beautiful, but the dads. Yeah, 91 for me, guys. Let me know what you think.
Thank you, Joe. I have two of you down at 82. Johan and Mark, you choose. Where you go, Johan?
Okay, I apologise. Yeah, I agree about everything there that you've said, and I think the dads are definitely a cookie. And I would even suspect that they've been told by the photographer to back off. And the individual personalities are super engaging. Some are obedient and some are independent. And that's a really good mix of characters. I'm quite happy to come up and keep talking. It might be substantial. And yeah, because I even love the framing around the edge. I think the faux frame of the building is perfect. And the control is superb. So, Mark, why are you down so low?
That's a bit inappropriate question, Johan. So, yeah, look, I love the story in between. The older son is like the perfect one, sitting there with the hands on the knees, the two little rat bags on the left-hand side. Like, there's all these different little personalities. I actually don't see the dads as like kind of getting in the way. I get the dads sitting there going, look at this shit show. See if she's done to capture this. And like, because kids are kids and they're crazy. One thing that I did enjoy about it that you haven't mentioned is the frame of the wood. The frame of the decking is framing it really nicely. So I did store it as an 82. I probably undercooked it a fair bit. Going into gold, we'll work on it, but definitely into silver distinction, absolutely.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anyone else that wants? Yeah, Tanya, where you go? Oh, and Catherine.
Yeah, I want to support this too. Oh, sorry.
No, you go. You're good.
Do you want to?
No, you go.
Tanya
you're
first.
higher.
Oh, stop fighting over the mic. Tanya, go.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Honestly, people.
Okay, sorry about that. I underscore this at 84. I really love all of the drama and the little girl just like not into it at the bottom, and she really anchors it. The dads or the granddad at the back, I just think that's the coolest, that we have these different levels and layers. I'm happy to go to gold. Well done.
Thank you, Tanya. Okay, Catherine, your turn now.
Yeah, just quickly, I wanted to speak in support of it as well. I was on 88 and I don't know why I didn't go to gold. I don't think we've actually heard a single negative about this. This is really outstanding work, beautifully printed. Every single face in there is fantastic. And then we've got the story of the generation behind watching as well. The little poser on the right, giving the angle in there. There's shapes, there's connection with the camera, there's personality, there's nothing negative. This is a gold.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please. Oh, sorry.
Can I speak?
Oh, my goodness. I'm trying to wrap you up, Joe. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
it's your turn.
I've heard you're all going to give it gold. Let's make it a really nice gold.
Oh, that was very concise, Joe. Thank you. Judges, please rescore. I'm sorry. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Alrighty, can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Can I have, oh, congratulations, sorry. Thank you, Joe. Comment from you, please.
Beautiful posing, gorgeous subject, lovely connection with her. But you've really squished her in this oval. She needed a lot more space. She actually feels constrained by this crop.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Can we have a, oh, clap. I've lost my sequence. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Joe.
Really beautiful connection here. You've done a great job of posing them and the environment's lovely. They are, however, a little green. There's kind of green through their hair and green through their skin. So yeah, just watch your skin tones, but well done on your bronze.
Thank you, Joe. Are we going to do a judge swap, are we? Assistant? Yes, okay. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to just swap a couple of judges over. Joe, you can take a break. And Sarah Lee, would you like to come on? Are we doing this one too? No? Okay, all right, sorry. My bad. Whew. Too eager. We got that. Okay. Room 2 print handlers, can we have the next print, please? People who are in Christchurch, did you know that you can vote on your favourite judge? At reception, there is... Sorry, I just caught Joe's eye. At reception, there is the Ian Poole Award, where you can go and vote for your favourite judge over the 3 days of judging. So feel free to go and put a name down in the box at reception, and that winner will be announced on Gala Dinner night, Sunday night. Make sure you do it. Okay, judges. Okay, we have a score. I was waiting for Joe. Okay, anyway, so no, you're right, all good. We have a score of 82, a silver award. However, we do have someone in the gold range. Johan, all yours.
Okay, how original. Absolutely stunningly original. How thought out as well. The presence of the birds on the frame and the birds in the sky. The playfulness, the colour, the childlike colour of pink, the bulbousness of the heart. Gives it a whole warmth and a wonderfully strong feeling. I really wanted to go a lot higher. There was something in there that sort of confused me because I couldn't really understand the complete story. But I'm going to give it this one. There's a gift, and then there's a use of the gift, which gives happiness. And that happiness is represented with the doves flying off. It's pretty strong. I'm going to actually go another level and say the person giving the gift is not the person crouching down on the other side. And I'm going to say that it's a celebration perhaps of the passing of that person. But I want to listen to my other judges because maybe they have a different idea.
Thank you, Johan. I am going to come to Tanya now to hear what you have. You're down the other end.
Yeah, I scored this in bronze range. There were a number of questions, and that wasn't a negative. I was curious as to what the narrative could be, and I think that was a bonus, a plus. I think it's just needing some conversation about it to perhaps just get my head around it. Yeah.
Thank you, Tanya. We've got someone else to add something. Thank you, Mark. Take it away.
I scored this 81, and unfortunately I can't add to it because I don't understand the story. I actually don't understand the story, and I believe it is the same person. And you could go on a tangent on all different thought processes of what each of them mean and come up with your own conclusion. But the fact that there's no clear communication to know exactly what it is like, well, that's a part of the mystery. But also, it's like, well, then the photographer didn't convey it clear enough to make it clear of what the birds are crossing from the black birds to the white birds. Why is the heart there? Why is the the little doll being passed over to the little girl, and then it's the same person kneeling down. And it is the same person. You can tell by their face, the structure of their face. And then holding it up. So it's like sad, happy, heart, but that's just all made up in my head.
Thank you, Mark. Catherine, you'd like to add something?
Yeah, I gave this a 78, and I'm tending to be in line with you there, Mark. Johan, you were talking about the joyousness of the colour and stuff, but for me that's really conflicting with the heaviness of the heart. I do think this is an original presentation, but we have a delicacy and a little story at the top, and then boof, this big heart, and it just sort of feels it's not really coming together. We've seen some silhouette images before. I just find that heart and the fuzziness of it all around this, a big sort of earthy heart. I don't know. It's really dominating the image and taking away from that delicacy, and the story doesn't seem that strong to me. But I do really appreciate the originality here, and the idea of the cutout birds is very cool. So I'm still listening, but gold is a stretch.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, away you go, Johan. Take it away.
Okay, I'm going to talk about possibilities because for none of us is anything clear. And so the possibility is that it's a black heart because it represents love and death, perhaps. And we don't know, but it could be, and therefore it's a heavy heart. And the one side represents a memory, and then the other side represents a recollection. And in that recollection is a freeing of that person. The reason why I think they're different is around the head of the first person, there's sort of a beardy thing going on that I'm not seeing on the other person. And it supports my story. So that's where I feel and believe it is. And it is so open to interpretation that I'm just going to leave that with you. Yeah. I did give it a 91, however.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going... Oh. It's all good. No, you're fine. You're fine, print handlers. You're all good. It's just my absolute hooligan judges. Can we have a blank screen? We've got a blank screen. Sarah Lee, you can hop off now because honours want you. And Russell, are you able to come back on, please? Thanks. And Catherine Williams, can you come on, please? And who am I taking off? Johan, you're coming off. Thank you. Are we right? Just give these guys a moment. Perfect. Okay, room 2. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard. And can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
Yes, this is bright and breezy and happy, and there's a fabulous moment with the dog licking its nose and everyone looking down. The colour saturation's quite high, and that's sort of almost creating a bit of a distraction overall. And there's a sort of a loss of detail in the clouds above. I also feel that possibly, although the moment is a great moment, Dad's sort of slipping away behind, and that's just a little bit unfortunate in there. But I do think lovely camera angle that really brings us into the level of the dog.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, Mark is going to temporarily step out and we are going to grab Stacey in, please. Thank you. So, Stacey, you can just stay. Yeah, I'm going to make a note. So you just pretend that you're Mark, and I'm going to put a little notey McNote in here. Mark, what's your name? Stacey. Okay, judges. We have an initial score of 86, which is a silver with distinction. However, Catherine Kanak, you are in the gold range, so I will hand it over to you.
Yeah, I gave this 92. What a highly original presentation here. It's a really, really rich and creative family portrait. The presentation is just fantastic with the use of those lines and the tape around the first image, and then the storytelling, the way that's used for the storytelling. You know, once you're done with the events in this little sequence, you drive on forward. You know, the arrow at the end. It's really clever. And again, you know, we've seen cars celebrated in images, and I think that's happening here as well, but in a really graphic way and taken from a very unusual angle, making the most of all that action with the road, the colour with the blue buoys, and then all the yellow and the lines. And I've just never seen anything like this. I think it's really creative, really successful, and it's a piece of art for this family. You know, the idea that this was created in a commissioned family shoot. You know, well done to the photographer.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to come to Tanya now, please, who was at the other end.
Yes, perhaps I've made a mistake here. I scored this in the bronze range. I also really appreciated the originality and concept and the yellow framing. I particularly appreciate the first and third images the most. Yes, I will continue to keep listening.
Thank you, Catherine Williams.
I gave this 87, and I'll be honest, I'm a little bit torn with this. I appreciate the design of it, and I find it highly original. There are aspects of it, the centre frame, the couple, she's turning away from him, and I find that sort of disengaging between them in something that has so much detail does let me down a wee bit, as does the wee boy sort of crossing over the line in the frame. However, I love the sense that it feels like the angle of it makes it look like a matchbox car and a plaything. And so I sort of get that sense of play that's brought throughout this. So I do feel torn at the moment. I'm already on a good solid silver distinction, and I'll just hear what the other judges have to say.
I scored at 86, and just as a tester, really wondering where the conversation would go. But it's simple ideas put together very cleverly. For a start, the one on the left, which has the entirety of the family paying attention to the process, is framed. So that's the family portrait. And then the other two are added on as another thought, not an afterthought, but another thought. And the central image is square, and the right one rectangular. The one in the middle, Kath, I'm not too sure about your comment there. I mean, they're both kissing and they're facing each other, so I wasn't quite sure what you meant by that. But they all tie together beautifully. And then the last one's great because the first one's all about the family portrait, then the kids have pissed off down the road and they're going, get in the bloody car, because you can see them pointing towards the car and the kids are running towards it. So they've yelled at them, and it's all about that forward motion, you know, moving on. And it is as clever as all hell, so it definitely deserves, I think, where Catherine's going to take us.
Thank you, Russell. I think, does anyone else have anything to add? Okay, yep, okay, away you go, Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, I agree, Russell. I don't think the mother is turning away at all. They're just kissing naturally. Catherine, in terms of the boy crossing the line, that is exactly what he's doing. He's crossing the line. They're heading off to go and play. That fits the story. Absolutely loved what you said about the matchbox car. That you're quite right there. Final frame, yeah, he's saying get back in the car, but I just want to also point out that he's pointing, and we've got arrow, 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 which is really quite clever as all hell, as Russ said. Yeah, gold.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 91, a gold award. Congratulations. Mark, you're just going to jump back in again. Yep, thank you. Okay, can we have the next sprint, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I scored this a solid 83. This is the most awkward age to photograph, and I think it's one of those things where it's just a genuine connection between all of them. They're all having fun. They're all having a laugh. The photographer's done it really well. The black and white's a great choice, and even though everything's bright around them, the focus still comes straight into the family. So the photographers controlled it really well. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Could I have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, and congratulations on your bronze. I think this is quite simple and joyful. I do feel that the little girl in the white, it feels a little bit like she's interacting with someone out of frame rather than the other little girl. I do think if the interaction had been either together with them or towards the photographer, this would have elevated this.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 71, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Catherine. One of you. Thanks.
Beautiful portrait of these two and their relationship, and I think you've framed them really nicely with that gorgeous out of focus background there. The boy's getting a little bit lost behind that strong black line that's sort of cutting him off there. I guess the main thing that's bothering me with this image is that if you just included her whole foot, it's just taking me right out the bottom of the frame there, clipped. So watch out for your cropping.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Just while we are waiting for the judges to look at the image, I'm just going to do a shout out to our category sponsor, Edges Art and Framing. They're going to have a stand at the trade show, so go over and have a chat to them, have a look at their new Forever frames and folio frames, and you can find out how you win a folio frame. We don't know how we can win it, we have to go there to find out. The suspense. Okay, judges, we have a score of 80, a silver award, and Mark's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I scored this in 86 into that silver distinction because it does have an excellent level of imagination and creativity. Like the photographer really had to see this. Like they had to see it. They had to go, okay, we're going to capture it with the wings, and then we're going to jump off the sky. And then after all the images are together, they're like, okay, I'm going to think way outside the box here and present it in a way that for this particular dad, that, you know, my darling, you don't need wings to fly, is with the wings off now that she's not wearing. Like, there's lots of little stories of cocoons and butterflies and all that type of stuff that you can go into. But I do like the muted tones. I think it's nice and clean. It doesn't distract anything. It keeps it nice and earthy. So I've done it as a silver distinction. I do think it's got excellent craft and skills, and it portrays an emotion that the dad is there as well, kind of flying, going, I've got you kind of thing. So, yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Thank you, Mark. I am going to come to Catherine Williams now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on 73 with this, and I feel that there's a concept, an idea. I feel like I'm looking almost at a storyboard of ideas, but without a cohesive finishing amongst these ideas. And there's a real fight between the top three, the centre, and the text at the bottom. My eye doesn't know where to go. Then that centre frame that's taking the greatest weight in the entire presentation, half of that centre frame is on the footprints, the evidence that they have been doing this up and down and up and down. And that is there's so much texture in that it's not really allowing the expressions to really shine in this story.
Thank you, Catherine. Russ?
Yeah, I concur with Catherine on this. Stretching a bit farther, Mark, I think the top three images are pretty average, really, if even that. And they're only there really because of the text at the bottom. I think the one image on its own is actually quite a cool image in itself. I mean, Dad's so involved with this girl, he doesn't realise what a goober he looks. So, he does. He looks like a goober. He looks really awkward, but he doesn't matter because he's fixated on his little girl, and that's fine. Not too sure about the footprints, Catherine, because I think it's just the use of a beach by the public, but they are, however, quite distracting. So I think the whole thing's just trying to ask to kind of obviously what the hell's going on. The top three images don't really need to be there, and I think they let it down, and the text is not needed either, personally.
Wow, okay. Let's bring my heart rate back down again. Thank you, Russ. Catherine Kidnick, all yours.
I gave this an 80 silver, and I'd like to speak in support of it. Maybe you're saying that you don't need those top three images, but that's because the central one could stand on its own. But I think that for what the photographer is doing for this family, you do need them when the kid is not landlocked, but they're not airborne. And then the words. I just feel like the photographer's given this family something that's really going to mean so much to them. All of the concept and the message to this little girl as she grows up is there in those top three images, the centre one and the words, the way they all work together. Catherine, you sort of said you don't know where to look. You start at the top, you come down, you put the words. It's all working. I did not notice the footprints. I love the way Dad looks like a bit of a goober. He's really happy to be there. I don't know if he's about to catch or if he's kind of showing how you do it, but the bent knees. He's really in the moment with his little girl, and yeah, I think it's a beautiful piece of art for this family, and the photographer has elevated it in their choices. So I'd love to see it in silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Are we all good to hand back to Mark? Take it away.
Yeah, what is this score in the end, sorry?
This scored an 80.
Scored an 80. Okay, so getting into silver distinction might be a little bit of a stretch, but at the same time, I actually think that all the elements worked exceptionally well. The brightness of the wings on the top left, your eye just keeps drawing straight up there, but then it just goes around in circles, and it just keeps going around and around, and it doesn't need to land because it's flying. And the middle image itself is just captured perfectly. Perfect timing, perfect expression, perfect space in the air. I'm at 86. Would love to see you up there. If not, bring in some extra points.
Thank you, Mark. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Do you want, yeah? Way you go, Catherine.
Sure, I gave this 82, and I've given it 82 on what the photographer has brought to this family in terms of, like, it's hard to photograph a family when one person doesn't have mobility. And this photographer, in a really sympathetic way, has brought a sense of energy to this. I think that's really difficult, to bring energy to this and you feel love throughout this. I've given it 82 and I haven't gone higher because I feel that some of these frames are unnecessary. And I feel that the presentation is sort of bouncing us around. However, that central image is about love. And, you know, and there's the sort of coming towards in the bottom left image and the excitement on the boy's face is just delightful. And then that sort of surrounding and encapsulating in love in that bottom right is also working really well. So I'm not asking for a super high score, but I would like you to look at this in terms of love and what the photographer has brought sympathetically in a very difficult to photograph situation.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, Russell, where you go?
Well, I guess, 5 people on a panel, that is democracy, isn't it? But, I think there's an element of sometimes being overly generous with some of these things we're talking about. There are too many shots. They're out of sequence. It's a confusion of communication, really. Eventually, of course, they're going to end up surrounding the child in the chair who's immobile. But I can't be sort of seduced by the fact that the kid is immobile and there's love in the family. It's a family category. Of course there's love in most families, and we only really needed one well-constructed shot to show that love, and none of them are well-constructed by my way of judging professionalism and this sort of thing. And the presentation's busy and doesn't make sense, actually. So I scored at 73 in the professional category, and that's really where I, as a professional, feel like it should sit.
Thank you,
and
Russell.
I don't mean to sound like a grumpy old man.
Yeah, goober.
Yeah, goober.
Catherine Kadanak, you were wanting to say something?
Yeah, I gave this 78, but I do tend to be more in line with Russ here. Not only are they not in sequence, but there's 3 images that are almost identical. I do think this was a case of less is more. I sort of jump around. I'm not sure which order I'm supposed to read them in. I think that central image is probably the strongest. And then the final image, Dad sort of looks a wee bit like he's talking to this wee boy, and I'm reading slight uncertainty on the face of the girl, so it's not a strong final image for me. So, yeah, bronze for me, I'm afraid. I do think it's an award-worthy image because it's creative presentation. I do see this kid's joy, and I want to celebrate that.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else to add? I'll hand it back to Catherine Williams. Take it away.
I might be asking for a bit too much here, possibly, but yes, Russ, you are grumpy. Look, I feel that it is the typical photo that you see when someone is immobile is the stationary shot, the surround of love. There is a bit more energy to this, and it shows a playfulness in this family. That last photo, the girl isn't uncertain. She's the oldest child, and she has been made to grow up too quickly, so she's looking to Dad for reassurance. I do agree, there's too many images here and it could be stripped back, but I still feel that the photographer has brought enough to bring it up a few more points.
Thank you. Catherine, judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. How are we all feeling, judges? We okay? Everyone all right? Alrighty. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, for the entrant? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, great moment, great expression on particularly on the boy in the middle. I do feel that if the angle had been a little bit different, we wouldn't have the background really just ripping through the heads, particularly through the mother, and that would really draw us into those expressions even further, and it would make it a lot stronger for me.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have an initial score of 86, a silver with distinction. Catherine, congratulations. Catherine Kanak, you are in the gold range, so can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from everyone on this. I think the fact that it's gone straight to silver distinction really says something. Very original, really high impact as it rolls around, you know, that shape, the punch of these people coming off the pin board, the use of the pin board and the actual name above it. I haven't seen anything like this. It's pretty blooming creative, and I think in terms of the styling and the colours that this photographer's chosen with that background is just working perfectly. All the white sneakers, the headbands, and I'm seeing a lot of attitude as I go around here. I've sort of got sassy mum at the top with her ankles crossed there and the racket over her shoulder. One boy just and there's a sort of smug look just beneath her there. The little one with his eyebrows raised at the photographer, a little bit questioning at the photographer, and their dad is just so cool. Yeah, you know, they've all got attitude, and yeah, love to talk about this one.
Thank you, Catherine. Can I please hear from Mark first and then Russ? Thank you.
Me, okay. I'm at 83 in the silver. Look, it's a great image. It's fun. It's playful. It is unique. It is got lots of imagination, and that's what it says in my silver range. It's imaginative and creativity, but exceptional, outstanding. I'm like, it's high level. It's great. It's interesting. I don't really know what else we could do to elevate to get it to a better stage. I think the photographer's got everything in there, and everything's very nice and pretty. Maybe just watch the placement of the little boy on the left-hand side where his hand is placed. It's a family show.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Russell, your turn.
Yeah, it's all those things that you know what Mark said was the high level. It's almost perfect actually. They can laugh at themselves. It's a caricature almost of a family. But what I enjoyed just looking a bit closer, and you may or may not have noticed, is that all the attire is by the same brand. So it's united them as a family. They're all wearing the same branded clothes. The socks are Nike, so the socks are the same amongst them as well. And then just the fact that they're willing to take the piss out of themselves like this. Mum's pose is not overly flattering, but she doesn't care. She's willing to participate in this bit of a laugh, you know. And in actual fact, it is a pretty unique piece of presentation, and I think I'll be lifting up with you there, Catherine. I was pretty much scored it to wonder what the conversation would do anyway. So it's pretty cool.
Thank you, Russell. Catherine, you'd like to speak? Away you go.
Yeah, I was on 86 with this, and I have some of the same things that Mark has brought up. In particular, the hand of the boy. That is a problem for me, because I think if we're talking about gold in a category where we can do all the editing we want to, I feel like that's a bit of an oversight. And I also feel that the shoes are really bright, and like there's not the detail that we would want to really see with technical excellence. The parts of it I have rewarded it for. Everything that Catherine has talked about in terms of the concept and the family, the overall look of this. And I do particularly enjoy the dad and how he has this great look of like smugness almost that his whole family has adopted his family sport. So I was celebrating those aspects, but I do find it hard to come up to gold because of the other aspects that I've talked about.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, away you go, Catherine. Cabinet, all yours.
Okay, thanks, guys. I do think we are looking, when you look at the scoring table here, of a high level of originality, thought, concept, and craft and production, really. I hadn't noticed the hand. That's not enough to take it out of gold for me. Everything else, the shoes, the freshness and the brightness of this, it fits so well with this slightly, the American kind of, this, Russ said this is a caricature family. This is exactly what it is. It's a really strong caricature. That little hand, that's not enough. It's a gold from me, and it sounds like it's a gold from Russ, and I hope it's a gold for at least one other person.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we please rescore? And we have a score of 89, a silver distinction, which puts us into review. So just hold the phone, not the phone, hold the horses, something like that. Review is coming through. Can you please enter an 89 or a 90? And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Amazing discussion. Can we have a blank screen, please, room 2? I'm going to do a mass, not a mass, but a bit of a judge swap over. So you can go and get some dinner and toilets. Tanya, you can hop off. And Stacey, can we have you on, please? Thank you. And Mark, you can hop off. And Johan, can you come on, please? Finish your message. Catherine, can you hop off? And Joe, are you ready to come back on, please? Thank you. Do you want to come off? No? I said, Catherine Cattenack. Not Catherine Williams. Okay. It's getting later in the evening. Okie dokie. Are we all good, team? Room 2, can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 79, bronze award, which puts us into review. However, Johan, are you finger on the pulse to challenge? Away you go.
Okay, I gave this a higher award, which is called a silver with distinction. I gave it an 86, and really just for the impeccable timing of the photographer. What would have been a nice photo has turned into a bizarre photo, and it had to be in that single instant when the coincidence of the dog and the person behind the dog was right, and that is the right moment. And that look of, well, what are you looking at from the dog, is perfect for the irony or the craziness of what's going on. It's a messy photo, there's lots of junk everywhere, there's bits and pieces, but that irony, that humour is incredibly powerful and worthy of recognition. So see if you can change that from a dirty old bronze, not all bronzes are dirty, but to a nice shiny silver with distinction.
Thank you, Johan. Can we hear from Stacey, please?
Yeah, I scored this as 76, and the timing of that is absolutely impeccable. It really is beautiful. What held me back was it felt like it was quite over sharpened in places, sort of leading to those really strong black lines around the teeth and some of the finer details, and quite blocked up in the blacks. So not a lot of detail going on there. So that did hold me back. The humorous element is fantastic, though. I'm certainly keen to hear what everyone has to say.
Thank you, Stacey. Russell, can we hear from you, please?
I mean, the question for everyone but Johan is, the timing is impeccable, but what category does that timing alone take it into? I've decided to give it an award in the bronze area. I mean, does that timing take it into any other category? I'm not sure, because all the other elements he mentioned in jest, which is the busyness, the craziness, the confluence of detail everywhere, and our eye wondering where the hell to settle. Other than that timing, where does that leave us? Does it really drag us up as high as he wants us to go? We'll find out, I guess.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, back to you, Johan. Bring it home.
Great. Yeah, that ugly chaos is outside, generally, the frame of the equipment that they're hanging from. So it's kind of like noise, but it's been separated off. So we've been instructed by the photographer in their framing to look within the white area. And within that white area, the confusion and chaos becomes less. And then within that less confusing and less chaotic area is that one gem of an expression. I believe we're really close to lifting it up anyway, so let's just work with that.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. We are on 79. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. Thank you, Joe. Take it away.
I've squeaked this into silver. For posed studio family photography, I think this is really successful. We've got 5 little guys, and each has been allowed to pose in their own way to show their own personality, which I think is a real strength. We've got the lovely big brother at the back that is basically providing an arch under which his baby sibling is sitting. He's like the strength and protection, but he's also so gentle. They're all 4 of the other little, I'm going to call them boys, are sort of hanging off him or leaning into him. I think the presentation under the arch just exemplifies that connection and that unity. I might have liked a little bit more light in their hair and maybe a little less in their face, but I've taken off 18 points for that, which is probably too many, really. Yeah, have a little look, guys, and see what you can do.
Russell, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I've backed up Joe there. I've squeaked it into a silver as well. One of the things that struck me straight away is obviously the household is mayhem, but the thing that sort of got me first was that these are good boys. This is a good family. These are good kids. These are kids who are well behaved and have been brought up properly, because for them to be able to deliver what they've delivered for the photographer here takes a bit of discipline and takes, I just feel a sense of goodness about these people. And there's a crazy couple of characters on the left. You can just tell they'll be running around the house like crazy, but when the time comes for them to behave or do as they're told, they're doing it. And then the whole thing is anchored by the solidity of the big brother. I would have liked his head to sit out of his shoulders a little bit more, but hey, it's 81, I've given it, and I feel it's a strong piece of communication like that.
Thank you, Russ. I should have gone to you first, Johan, down the other end, but Russell's arm got me.
I'm not hurt. Well, I gave this a 74, and I'm very open to being talked up. And if you can address this one thing, then I'll be happy to be talked up a lot. And I just feel that that arched frame is compressing around them and holding them in too tight for a family that I feel is full of freedom and happiness and joy. And I just feel they're under pressure, like a pressure cooker. So if you can, I'm going to go up, but make it a lot by explaining that.
Thank you, Johan. Have we got anything more to add? Okay, Joe, take it away.
Okay, hopefully this helps you. That arch is a house. It's the home with which these 5 little beautiful boys live in. The real skill in this photographer is that they have managed to engage all 5 of these children, even though one is slightly precariously balanced, but protected by the beautiful big brother, and has managed to engage them all in a really genuine, honest, beautiful way that is still true to all 5 personalities. This is really skillful studio work. I probably should have given it higher. You guys can move though, so go for it.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Joe.
Beautiful connection between these 3 little girls. I can see that the photographers really let them feel safe, but also again let their unique personalities come through. I am finding the light coming in from the top too hot, and it's really illuminating, particularly the oldest girls here, which is drawing our eyes away from their beautiful faces. So a little bit more handling of the light, and potentially just going in there and brightening up the faces a bit would have been great.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment, please? Thank you. Oh, so polite. There you go, Stacey. It's all yours.
This family's so brave to bring all of their animals. It's just absolutely crazy and chaotic, and the expressions on their faces is wonderful. And the fact that they've got them all together and they've got all the animals actually in the photo is incredible. What I struggle with is that the background competes with the actual family themselves, and I think that the very strong green and the kind of the tracks that lead up behind them sort of take us out of the image rather than drawing us into all of that hilarity and uniqueness with all those animals.
Thank you, Stacey. Can we have the next print, please? I feel like we should do a little shout out to Amanda, who has been running around providing ham and cheese bread rolls and lollies to all of us. Let's keep sneaking them in. She made the rolls for us. What a legend. Okay. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Yes, thank you, Johan.
What a gamut of expressions you have here, from I'm staunch to I'm happy to I'm excited to I'm afraid to I'm concerned. So good on the photographer for presenting that to us. I feel that the stuff above the horizon is irrelevant to the photograph and pulls me away from where I want to see. So maybe cropping that out or even a higher angle, but just the right moment where that chaos is about to happen. It's good.
Thank you, Johan. Can I have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 81, a silver award, and we have a challenge from Catherine. Take it away.
Yeah, I gave this 88. I think the sense of design in here is fabulous. The different moments, how everything's sort of, there's like a pairing between mum at the top with the little girl, dad at the bottom, the different relationships, having you know, like the sense of time that this has taken with the security or the police or whoever they are coming through, the playfulness of hiding through the nooks and crannies. There were a couple of elements that didn't take it to perfection for me. I felt like the sense of design was strong throughout, particularly through that right-hand side, the triangle and up and over. I think it's a very strong piece of communication, very playful, and I really feel that it celebrates allowing these people to be who they are, rather than telling them and commanding what they wear and what they should look like. This is them. I feel it's a great expression of that.
Thank you, Catherine. I am going to go to Joe Francis to hear from you, please.
Sure, I gave this a 77. I spent quite a bit of time looking at it and I couldn't find a reason, I guess. It's a really cool space. And I see, you know, lots of the same people repeated it in different ways. But I guess I don't feel any narrative or story or even any real like sense of connection or love. It just, for me, it just feels quite constructed. Like the photographer is kind of drawn where they want the people to stand and then just got them to stand in different positions. I don't feel much, I guess, is what I'm saying. The best part of it for me are the two security guards walking up the stairs. So if you can talk me into how this is telling us anything about this family, I might be willing to move.
Thank you, thank you, Joe. Johan, can we hear from you, please?
Great. I gave this a 78, and I'm going to listen to what you say because I could be really wrong. I do feel that the singular images of the girl have become redundant, and this whole series of images is about their relationship to her. And you might call a relationship between the very top single one and the father down below. But if you actually crop those out, it becomes busier, but it actually becomes more interesting because all that blank space in that area pulls you away and it affects the flow. I do feel the adults are a little bit static and that is a little bit of a shame, but I'm very happy to listen because that's what I'm here for.
Thank you, Johan. Russell, were you giving me the eyebrow?
Yeah, shouldn't really compare it to others, but I think there's other offerings along this line. This one's not quite as successful, but I feel the same as Johan. The adults are a little bit static. It's just somehow, it's very clever, of course, and we've rewarded that so far, but just somehow it just doesn't quite stir my emotions like the other ones did. And yeah, that's it, really. Maybe it's the greyness of it or something, I don't know, but I feel the interconnection's not quite there apart from the one glance from the middle one to the top one. But otherwise it's clever and it's got a silver and I'm pretty comfortable there.
Thank you, Russell. Stacey, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I gave this an 81 silver, and I do love the little girl's dress. I think that goes beautifully with the colours of the grass and just the green that was within it and the way she's dotted around it just gives that, takes away from that some of that greyness and gives us little pops of colour and things. It hasn't got as much dynamicism as maybe I would like to see. So I'm struggling to come up into that silver distinction range. I think that the family would absolutely love this as a portrait on their wall. It's gorgeous, but would they want those security guards in there? I'm not sure about that bit. So I'd love to hear more about that if you can.
Thank you, Stacey. I am going to hand it back to you, Catherine Williams. Go for it.
How many points can I have for saying dynamism?
Dynamism. Dynamicism. Okay. Is that what you had to say? Oh, you can carry on.
I think it's full of a dynamic feel. And to me, the little girl is the bridge. The little girl by herself is the bridge in between. And that's what children of this age do. They run away from their parents. They think it's fun. And so that's the link in the chain there. I don't think you could have this piece without that. And that does give it that interaction. We're looking for a high energy movement piece, but there's still a great element of playfulness. And to Stacey, would they want the security guards in there? Well, I think this is a cleverly thought out piece, and I feel that these people aren't your average kind of family in terms of how they presented themselves. I believe that it adds to this piece. I've put it on an 88. Just see if you can bring it up to as high as you can.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have gone up 2 points, 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? One more score. Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award, and Johan's got his hand on the mic without even putting his hand up to me. Can we have a challenge from Johan? Thank you.
Yes, what a dangerous environment they've put this child on. Shame on them. No, it's awesome. That's fantastic. Look, they've got this woolen bed. They've got the caring hand of a protective mother. They've got their red bands on. They've got this child running through, which is the next stage after this kid, where you can't always control them and hold them back. It's a dangerous environment, but this is the environment that they were born into. I think this is a fantastic introduction into the story of this child's life. And I've rewarded it for all the messages that are there, and actually the photograph itself. There's an energy of movement. There's a desire from the small kid to get out of there. I want to be moving from this thing. I want to be out there in the danger without knowing that it's dangerous. Fantastic. And all that wool, fantastic. 86, sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Russell, I'm going to come to you, but I'm going to go to Stacey first, down at the other end.
I was on 73. I really struggled with so many different elements in this that for me weren't pulling together. I enjoyed the idea of the red band boots, except then I saw that Mum is wearing open-toed sandals or Birkenstocks or something. So that kind of scuppered that idea for me. I thought maybe the reason why I can't see the baby's face so much is because baby's looking out towards the little boy, but they're not. The child is leaving the environment. The mum's hand or the person's hand touching the baby doesn't feel particularly tender or supportive to me. I really wanted to like it, but I felt that there were so many elements that just weren't fitting together, and I felt like there could have been something in. The potential is fantastic, but this particular image for me wasn't putting together at all.
Okay, Russell, your turn.
Yeah, I'm going to start coming unusually in support for Johan. I've scored it low silver already, and I'm happy to come up. It's almost like I sort of feel like the light on the baby's face. There's two images here, and it's almost like the nativity scene, you know, where you see the source of light sort of exaggerated on the Christmas cards and what have you. And so I really love how the baby's been lit up like that, and the light's falling beautifully off her lovely little young face. And the introduction of the mum's arm and hand, you know, this is a rural scene. It's a sharing shed. It's a rural scene. You can sort of tell mum's, I don't know why, but I just feel like she's a hard-working woman, and the strength of her arm and her hand sort of shows that. And then I just love, I'm pretty sure that the kid's got his gumboot on his hand. I don't think that's his leg. I think he's actually got it on his hand, so he's a little hard-cased, you know, and I just found that quite quirky. I'm pretty sure it's his hand. And so just that little piece of information alone just gave it a bit of humour as well, because he's in his own little world doing his own thing. And yeah, it just came together nicely, and our eye does come down beautifully to that wonderful baby on the bottom.
Thank you, Russell. Did we have... Oh, yes, Catherine, way you go.
Yeah, I have come to realise that my 75 missed the mark. The baby originally, I was thinking the baby's not looking anywhere, but the baby is doing so honestly and authentically what babies do, which is look towards the light in this dark wool shed. And Stacey, you were disappointed by them not being red bands. This family is a wool family. The baby is in a shearing shed. There's remnants of wool everywhere. You know, the woolen socks, the woolen cardigan, everything is actually expressive of who they are, and it's honest and authentic. And I will be happily joining Johan.
Thank you, Catherine. I think that's everyone. Did you want to say anything? No? Okay, back to you, Johan. Take it away.
Yeah, so the gaze of the baby out towards all the things that are dangerous. You know, it's symbolic. It doesn't recognise them as danger, but we do. And we know that we can apply to that a longing to be out in that world. That hand is not just a loving hand, it's a protective hand. It's holding the baby in safety, while still letting us look at the rest of the baby and enjoy that it's there. And in its head, it thinks it's free, but that hand is there to hold it and keep it safe. The chaos, the coloration, everything about it has been wonderfully controlled. I've given it an 86. I'm just asking if you'll come up a bit more.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. Okay, and we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Okay. Oh, my judges just threw me out there. I got distracted. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? scores, please, judges. Thank you. Okay, we have an initial score of 89. However, we have 2 people in the gold range, and Russ, you're the highest, so take it away.
Well, it's the first time we've all stood there and looked at something for so long. Obviously, the size of the subjects makes us look at it longer, but we realise there's something else going on here. And it wants you and makes you look at it a long time to find out what is going on. So the first and simplest thing that's going on is that they're a family, and they're out there having a good time. And, you know, why is there 4 family shots in the top line? Who gives a shit? They're just out there having a good time. They're together. So, you know, they're just different little shapes. They're together. They're on a little outing, and it reinforces the fact that they're there. And then what I started to look at a little bit closer, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but in the frames where there's a singular person, it's an example of each of the 4 children. So I thought that was quite clever. And then in the bottom line, you know, they're tugging. There's you can feel the energy. They're so tiny, but you can still feel the energy of those 3 people pulling that person in the last frame on the bottom into the frame. And so there's a lot of clever little stuff going on there. And then at the end of the day, the photographer's probably just sat down there with all these images and thought, well, I don't really give a shit which ones I put in, as long as it looks kind of cool and is pleasing to the eye. So one, if he's chosen them just because they look cool and he doesn't give, you know what, then I'm really pleased with it. If he's actually thought even a little bit further than that and included singular shots of each of the individuals on their own, as well as all that other stuff going on, then they're a really clever operator. And I've given it gold with distinction, and I believe it's really, really worthy of that. It's a highly thought out piece of communication.
Thank you, Russell. I'm going to come to Catherine Williams now to hear from you, please.
I was on 84, and my initial response was as strong as, maybe not quite as strong as yours, but fairly strong. And as I explored the images, I felt like there was a beginning to this family story, and I didn't feel like the end was as strong. I probably felt more that the person had put it together based on the fact that they looked cool, but without sort of completing the story throughout. The other piece that is holding me back is on the second row where you've got a person on the ground and they sort of like just erupting out of the ground, and we're not got the same strength of shape as you have in the rest of the figures. 84, I am too low. So I will come up and I'll just be listening in terms of knowing where to go.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we hear from Joe, please?
I gave this an 88, and I think I was a bit of a pussy. So I will be coming up. I've got a couple of extra little things to add. Just to address that little person, that's the little brat child.
Can I just say that we're not allowed to look at that?
Oh, sorry.
It's so different to what we're actually being presented to judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to go and stand up there, though.
But,
It's just bigger.
that's what we're dealing with, whereas that's
Okay.
more detail.
A bit blind. So the little crouching figure on the second row end, that is the little brat child who won't stand up and perform. They are squat down, they've had enough, they're at the end of their tether, and I think it probably perfectly represents them. The other things that really draw me in is the whole thing is constructed under a tree, under a family tree, so I think that's a really lovely, beautiful little element. And it's a film strip. What's not to love about that? I gave it 88, but I'm going to come up. Not sure about gold distinction. I'm still listening on that one.
Thank you. Yeah, Johan, you want to add something? Go for it.
Yep. I gave it 90, and I'm very happy for it to get a gold. Very, very happy for it to get a gold, and I encourage everybody to do so. I have a small concern, and I wish that there was just not such a tight crop on the bottom. However, everything else is so incredibly strong that I'm willing to forgive that, and I think that it's worthy of gold. And then I might even go up higher. It's a wonderful animation.
Thank you, Johan. Have we covered everything before I hand it back to...
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're cool. Go, Russell.
Just as an off, it's sort of almost like our old contact sheets, with the film, seeing lots of different images in one outfit like that. But I just might say, Catherine, do we always need a narrative? Do we always need a story? What's wrong with something just looking cool? It's just take it for the design and the togetherness and shit, they could have filled that whole board, that whole 1620 with those things, and we'd be struggling not to think it was cool. So they've let us off with 4 lines, but it's a great, different, unique, haven't seen before piece of communication that, once again, if it sits up in amongst its peers, it's going to look damn good and damn deserving of the gold you're about to give it.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 93, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 74, a professional standard. Can we have a comment, please, from someone? Stacey, thank you.
Yeah, really lovely little capture with this child throwing the bunny in the air. This had a lot of potential. I think what it lets it down is possibly just the balance of things with, it could have been, thinking about where the child is positioned within the frame, and then also there's some distracting elements through the window that just kind of hold us back.
Thank you, Stacey. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 72, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Russell.
It's a lovely little image and nice time of night. Looks like Milford Beach, so perhaps just a slightly different angle to let the light pass across them and give a little bit more shape, a little bit more energy, a little bit more light to play with, rather than just being smacked straight into them and just kind of lifts them out of the background like that.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to swap the Catherine seat over. Catherine Williams hops off and Catherine Cadnack comes back on. Just give you a chance to log in. Okay, room 2 print handlers. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 79, which puts us into review. However, we can take a challenge from Stacey, so take it away.
Yeah, I popped this into silver distinction with an 85. It feels like a really lovely, authentic moment. It looks like it's taken in their back garden. They're and on a very, very windy day. So to be coping with those conditions is fantastic. But then we've got the obviously the family around this quad bike truck thing, and the kid is absolutely flying out of the photo at us. He's got so much energy, and it matches all of the wind and the environment that's in there as well. And I just think it's well lit, it's beautifully taken, and it's beautifully printed as well. So I would love to reward the photographer for that.
Thank you, Stacey. I'm going to come to Russell or Catherine. Russell, you've got the mic. Where you go.
I'm at the other end, 74, professional sort of standard. The kid jumping does not a great photograph make necessarily. I think also his proximity to his little sister has constrained her and constricted her sort of accessibility to us. I also find the hair flying in the face of mum not too flattering, to be honest with you. So I've just looked around there and I just don't quite feel what you're feeling, but that's okay.
Thank you, Russ. Joe, you can go next.
Yeah, I'm in support of this one. I gave it an 83, but the more I sit with it, the more I like it, actually. My reading of it is that they were all beautifully posed, perfectly ready for the photo, and this little monster jumped out, not provoked by the photographer, but by his own energy. And the fact that nobody in the photo is reacting to the fact that he's jumped, it almost feels like they haven't even noticed it yet, that it's happened in such a split second. And he's about to faceplant, and no one's responding to that. I think that's quite genius.
Thank you, Joe. Johan, Johan, you go.
Just quickly, I gave it a 77, and I'm happy for it to get a bronze. The background, they could have driven that cart anywhere, but they chose to put it in front of the doll shed, a garden shed, and a trampoline. And yes, it says this is where it's at, but it just doesn't actually help the photograph.
Thank you, Johan. Have we got anything else to add? I will hand it back to Stacey. Take it away.
Okay, thank you for the support there, Joe. That's you're absolutely right. It's hilarious that they're not really reacting to this boy jumping with such force at us. I think what the family category very much is about, we get some really beautiful creative photos, but we also need to remember that the family category is a paid category. We have to be commissioned to do these things, and this is where they've chosen to do this photo. It's their home. They might want those things in the background there because it's a reminder of their garden, and that might just be that was the best spot for these things to happen. I don't think that they're distracting enough to pull us away from the energy of that photo, the beautiful family and sense of togetherness that they've all got. So I'd love to see a few more points.
Thank you, Stacey. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Do you want to challenge?
Yep, I gave this an 86 and I want to challenge it up. Even if it's just a bit more of a score. How much fun can you have with your kid? You know, this is a wonderful documentary on all the possible things you could do with throwing your child around. It's just fantastic. There's warmth, there's an empathy in the colours, there's absolute believability in what they're doing. It doesn't feel like the photographer said, put your hand here and do that, because there's almost a clumsy or a chaos in what's going on. And that reminds me of little kids in a big way. And there's so much energy, and somebody try and tell me that kid's not having fun. And had that top right photograph not been there, it would have been a shame, because that is, I think, the only photograph where you actually see that the child's eyes open, because it's laughing so much that its eyes are closed in all the others. And I wondered about that, but there it is. I've got proof that it's got two eyes, and it's just starting, and they've managed to create different elements of the relationship of the parents to the child and how they handle that child. You know, yeah. I'll stop. I gave an 86.
Thank you, Johan. I'm going to head to Russell first, and I will come back to you, Stacey.
It sort of looks like an ad for dentures and tonsils to me. I mean, you know, I would very much doubt whether this would go on their wall. I mean, it's not that flattering of mum. There's a lot of side-on shots of people laughing their asses off that you can see right down to their stomach. So I don't find it that flattering. You know, I heard the comment in our judges' night and stuff, you know, emotion over technique sometimes and all that, and I get that, and that's okay. I'm willing to roll with that, but sometimes enough is enough. And whilst the emotion is there and they're throwing a kid around, is it really that flattering of anyone in those shots other than perhaps the kid? And I don't feel that's the case. I mean, I think the fact that it's in low silver, it's done a damn good job, because you've all been seduced by the emotion, and that's okay. But I'm not as easily seduced in this instance.
Thank you, Russell. Stacey, your turn.
I gave this an 84, and I do want to support you, Johan. I am seduced by the emotion. The emotion is the absolute key in these photos. And who's to say? I mean, I have clients all the time that choose the photos with where the child looks happiest rather than where the mother looks the most flattering. They are showcasing their very, very happy child and their beautiful interactions with them. And I was struggling a little bit with how the images might fit together and the order they were in. But as I sit back here, I can actually see a really beautiful cross that goes from one diagonal to the other diagonal. And that just really holds all of the images together for me. I can see that kind of, there's a lovely cross in the middle, and then at the top and the bottom there's these beautiful images where the two people are facing each other, and that just actually strengthens it for me. So I'm glad that we've had a bit more time to look at it, and I feel like I've seen a bit more.
Thank you, Stacey. Yep, where you go, Joe.
I just want to say, Russ, that this is exactly what people buy these days in studios. I could sell the shit out of this. This mother looks beautiful, absolutely stunning. And she looks beautiful because she looks in love. She looks in love with her husband and in love with her child and in love with her life. And that is just the most beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. I was a little bit kerfuddled by the ordering, but yeah, as I sit back here, I just enjoy it more. So I was on 81, and I think I will join you. Johan?
Thank you, Joe. Have we got anything new to add? Where you go, Johan. It's all yours.
Okay, a wonderful case of flattering versus dynamism. I believe that this couple is strong enough within themselves not to worry about whether they look ugly in the photographs, because they know that they're beautiful people in a positive way. And there's just this wonderful happiness and Nobody's mentioned the word joy. This joy through this photograph. Yeah, you know what I'm after. I don't need to say more.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Need some oomph in the clap team. Okay, can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Stacey.
I really love this. This is so cool. They're a very, very quirky family. They are doing the complete opposite of what we've just talked about in terms of not looking, they're comfortable to be themselves. They are showing their personalities. Everybody's pulling a funny face, including the dog with the tongue out, and that is just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well done.
Thank you, Stacey. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, just waiting on one more score. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, someone. Thank you, Stacey.
The look of absolute disgust on this dog's face that these two are going to be having a baby is just really comic genius. I just think it's really, he's framed beautifully by that dress flipping up. And I just, love that they've really caught that moment. The background is obviously very, very busy and is competing with the moment. And so possibly a different choice of location might have been a really good option.
Thank you, Stacey. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Who wants to challenge it, Russell? Take it away.
Excuse me. I scored this at 82. because I think it achieves what this sort of shot tries to achieve, and that's put a lovely family in a beautiful place and get it to kind of work without being too try hard. So the first thing that struck me is that this family is not trying to be too try hard. And the other thing that needs to work really well is the footfall. The footfall needs to work really well. You know, there's always somebody who looks a little bit odd, and I think that's worked really well here. I really enjoy the central placement, the clouds at the top leading into the centre, the shadows of those clouds on the ground pointing towards the centre, and just the whole tonality of it, and just a lovely feeling of comfort, of togetherness with this family without them throwing kids in the air or all that stuff, you know. They're just a beautifully attired family together, enjoying being together, and I think it's been beautifully presented by the photographer, and with the colour of the image and the printing and everything. I just really enjoyed it as a silver.
Thank you, Russell. I'm going to come to Stacey now at the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
I scored this 75. It is a really, really beautiful setting and wonderful colours throughout that image. The placement of them within those clouds kind of that point in towards them is really beautiful. I struggled a bit. I felt like they just looked a bit awkward with each other, like they'd been told walk along, look at each other, but they weren't really feeling it. I also struggled a wee bit with their styling choices, so the clothing is a little bit all over the place, and then also the cloud at the very top that's very bright. I think if that had been cropped down a bit, that would have contained us a little bit more within the image rather than leading us out the top where that bright part is. But I'm listening, absolutely very listening.
Thank you, Stacey. We've got some more comment. Yeah, Joe, where you go?
I'm somewhat in the middle on 78. I agree with you, Russ. This is beautiful, and that's why I've given it a bronze. For me, it's not anything that I haven't seen a lot of times. So I guess I'd like something a little bit different to come into silver. I also find the faces a little bit underlit.
A little bit what?
The faces are a bit I'd like a bit more light in the faces.
Okay, so Stace, just to deal with your two comments, the clothing's perfect. They've been stylised beautifully. They're block colours. They work. If you go closely again, I'd invite you to do so, because the connections between them are perfectly genuine, are perfectly real, and are perfectly believable. I'm not too sure about the lighting on the faces. I mean, I've gone up there, I've looked again, everything's there. We're meant to be looking at that, you know, and I think it's all there. So, and you say that you've seen it before. Well, holy shit! How many families do we need to see throwing kids around or this or that? You know, being pains in the arse just to try and impress us with a bit of dynamism. You know, why can't we have a bit of quietude and a bit of actual reality where families enjoy being together without all that other bullshit?
I feel like we all just got told off.
And that makes it a silver.
Cool, okay. Thanks, Russell. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Okay, are we doing it now? Okay, on that note, can we have a blank screen, please? This was not a reflection on what's just gone on. This was already pre-organised, team. Oh, he's already off. Look at him go. Russell's like, oh yeah, I knew I was out. No, it actually was done before we all got told off. Mark, please come on. And Stacey, you can take a break. And Tanya, if you'd like to come on, please. Are we doing this one too? Yeah. Okay, all right. Joe, you can take a break. Sarah Lee, you can come on, please. I've eaten all the cheese slices, so sorry. Oh, there's more cheese slices? Delicious. Yeah, you can go wherever you like, Tanya. We don't mind. Mark, if you could take a seat, please. Thank you. we're not having a chat. Okay. Are we all logged in, ready to go? And room 2, print handlers, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, a bronze award, and Catherine's going to challenge that. Take it away.
I gave this an 82. It's really simple, but I find this really quite refreshing and really honest. It's such a nice play on colour, you know, such bright orange outfits tell us a lot about the people, the band of the green along the bottom, the way those two work together, and then the pop of the dog, who is posed absolutely beautifully, by the way. And then the choice of that quite dull background, I think, is really, really working. It gives us such a clean image. And I love the honesty of this. I really love Dad's expression. Often the dads look a bit forced. This is just straight up honest, real people in a sort of fresh and quite contemporary feeling to this portrait.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we please hear from either Sarah Lee or Mark? Who wants to go?
I scored this a 73. I love the cleanliness and what you've referred to in terms of how contemporary it is. I found the squints really, really distracting. I don't feel that those subjects were comfortable with, I guess, just how bright that situation must have been for them. I did find that quite distracting from the whole situation. But I'm listening, so tell me more.
Thank you. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a moment. Who am I going to now? Who wants to talk? Anyone wants to talk? Okay, we're going back. Wait, oh, you go, Johan. Yep.
Yes, I gave this 78, and I'm happily talked up. There's a very matter-of-factness about this. It's here I am, and this is what I do. And I reckon that the amount of love that this child will get from that dad is huge, but he's just not a showy kind of guy. You look at the way he's holding his partner's hand, it's there. And you know that it's solid and it's real. And then that dog in support of everything else. I'm here for them, you know, and then that wonderful use of colour. That green with the opposite orange, it's quite strong and startling, very simple. I mean, how often have you gone to a house saying, let's do a family photograph, and they go, oh, we've got this fence. What should we wear? This is startling. Yeah, no fluoros, please. Yeah, and so I think that the photographer has managed this particularly well, and the stalwart expression, the actual slight lean in to hold the baby, and the strength of that man. It's quite powerful and quite, well, endearing. Yeah, so I gave it a 78. I'm going to come up to a silver. Jeez, what was I doing?
Thank you, Johan. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, back to you, Catherine Kidnick. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Johan. Very eloquent. You're right. It's matter of fact. It's honest, real, but it's also clever in the use of the colour. And I love the way you brought your arm forward there, Johan. People in the live stream couldn't see that when it did. And I'm here for you guys with the little dog there. You know, you're quite right. Creating a great little triangle there. Let's reward this. It's quite a brave entry, and it's fresh and it's different.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? It is refreshing. Sometimes it's a bit slow. We get in later in the day, Wi-Fi's overloaded, need a new modem, all that stuff, you know. There we go. Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please? Thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Catherine.
It's a really cute little moment. Everyone's really engaged. I love the the expression on the little kid's face there. Would have been nice if the one being flipped up was clear of the trees. And but yeah, well done on your award. And I think it's a really sweet image, well presented and printed.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please. Yeah, I know. I'm waiting. I've clicked it. We're just a bit slow. The system is overloaded. Can you enter anything in? Can you guys enter? No. Yeah, okay. Just give me a tick. I'm just going to try this. Because I'm IT, something has locked in. It is not working. Okay, hang on. Here. So I'm just going to try this now. It's whirligigging. It's whirligigging. Bloop, bloop. It's working. Okay, hang on. Okay, can you go now? Perfect. And we have a score of 72, a professional standard. And can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
Beautiful kids, beautiful expression on their faces and engagement with the camera. I feel that they're really a bit tight to the toes, and the heads are quite cropped in tight there. Figures in the background are very dark, and I'm not quite believing the interaction there. I feel like she's trying to smile for the photo and he's just kind of looking at her, so I'm not quite believing that interaction.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
What a beautiful moment. Those expressions are absolutely true to how they feel. So it was a beautiful capture. I find that the brightness on the hands are just competing with the brightness on the face. So if they were perhaps a little bit more toned down, and I wonder if exploring an oval window, an oval crop, would help remove some of the distractions from the background as well.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? While we're waiting, we'll do a shout out to Edges Art and Framing, who are sponsoring the family category this year. They are going to be at the trade show, so make sure you go and check them out and learn all about their new Forever frames and folio frames, and how you can win a folio frame worth $295. And they are also going to be relaunching B Pro products in New Zealand, so that includes wood prints, glassless prints, folio boxes, art mounts, and more to come. So you just need to go and visit Tracy or Chris on their stand to find out more about all of that cool stuff. Okay, we're getting some scores in. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. I can't even say congratulations anymore. Congratulations. Okay, can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Johan.
Great use of tone, colour, the things that they're wearing are so well blended into what they're wearing in the background. In fact, almost too much so, and I feel that they've been lost a little bit. And there's too much space behind them. I'd like to have seen just a little bit less of that.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, this is a great little image here. The expression, the timing of the girl in the water, like you can feel they're 100% in the moment, engulfed in it. Nice use with the rocks to give it some frame and space. Great little shot that the family would love.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next print, please? Alrighty. We have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I scored this at 86. Great imagination. I love how the little boy's got the books behind his little holding onto while riding the Triceratops. The photographer's really been quite creative with this, and the placement of everything is done really well. So he's kind of been placed into his own little fantasy world.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, Mark is jumping out. Joe, oh, so eager. You can just step in for Mark. I love the enthusiasm at this time of night. Whew. Okay, we're just playing a little bit of musical chairs. Joe has just stepped in for Mark temporarily. And we're getting some scores in. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Oh, Joe, thank you.
Congratulations on your silver distinction, and well done on finding the perfect environment for this family. They're obviously, well, my son would call them dorks, who are really into all this stuff, and I think you've really captured the spirit of who they are and put them beautifully in their space. I don't really have any notes in terms of improvement, but yeah, I just want to say well done. Here you go, Johan's going to...
Just one possibility for improvement would have been if they were in the Star Wars costumes as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Mark, you can jump back in. And next print, please. I got thrown by multiple different things happening. Okay, we're all good. Tech support is incoming. Tech support is clicking buttons. And the whirly gulu gulu. Just wait. One moment, please. It's happening. Okay, should be good now. Alrighty, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Okay, can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Tanya.
Yeah, congratulations on the bronze. I think all the elements are there to for this image. Just a little bit of refinement, like where the head of the horse is, and the connection of the mum with the children. Yeah, just to bring it up to that next level. Just a little bit more connection.
Thank you, Tanya. We're just going to take a quick pause. Can we have a blank screen, please? Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. La 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 la. I can sing a song. We could all. Everyone can practice saying dynamism. Oh, I reckon just very dynamic. That's what I do when I can't spell a word. I'm just like, oh bugger, I'll just do a different word. If I can't spell it, I just change something else. Okay, we are good to go. Apologies, live stream. We just had a little moment for a couple of people to have a chat. Are we all good, Tanya? Yep. Okay, excellent. Print handlers in room 2. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Oh, look at the clapping. Okay, can we have a comment, please? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Thank you, Catherine.
Really sweet little image, beautifully printed and presented. I love the little dude going the wrong way in his gorgeous little knickerbockers. Maybe someone else has got ideas how to improve it. I think it is what it is, but you've done a particularly good job of it, which is why you've got a bronze award. So well done.
Just maybe not an oval frame. Yeah.
A vertical oval, is that what you mean? Yeah. Okay, team. We are on to our last print now. So, can we please have the last print? No, not last entry, last print. And then we're going to have a little break, and hopefully some dinner will have arrived. Okay. We have a score of 74, a professional standard. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
This woman would have felt like she had angel wings in this beautiful pose as well. So for a family photo shoot, I think it's really successful. I do find the dark shadow below her feet quite distracting, and perhaps a different camera angle where, in order to make that glorious angel effect even more prominent, looking up towards it to create that grandiose sort of effect may be more successful for this image.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. And that concludes our print entries. We're going to take a small break while Anna swap us over to digitals. Those on the live stream, we're going to be back hopefully in about, 5 minutes, thereabouts. Don't go too far. Okay, people. Welcome back, live streamers. We're going to kick off on... Johan, take a seat, please. We're going to kick off on our digital entries. Just waiting for the rest of my judges. We're trying to... It's like herding cats. Goodness me. Give an inch, take a mile round here. I was back ages ago and then I shot out again. Anyway, don't need any finger pointing. Okay. Okay, let's go. First image is up. Okay, we have one more score. We have a score of 72, a professional standard. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
Clearly a beautiful relationship between these girls. I'm assuming they're sisters. I think as a series, it's not particularly working. We've got we're not seeing the wee girl's face in the top image, but also we've got quite a scale change. They've got quite a lot smaller in the second image. So just watch that when you're working in a series.
Wonderful. Thank you, Catherine. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 70, a professional standard. Can we have a comment, Catherine? Was it you? Yes, please. Thank you. Yep, go for it.
These guys are such a sassy looking pair, loving their outfits, and they sort of seem to be almost showing the boots. We've got quite a lot of attitude going on, the one on the left there. Just very, very tight crop, just watch the space there, and also there's some lines in the background there that are one of the first things you see when they come up there, so just watch out for that.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 74, a professional standard. Oh, okay. And can we have a comment, please? Thank you,
Yeah,
Mark.
just a quick comment. With this store, professional standard, you've got the background, you've got the girl, you've got the dress. Just control your lighting, control your posing, finesse. There's so much opportunity and potential there, but you just need to look at her expressions and body shapes to really amplify it.
Thank you, Mark. Next image, please. Okay. Couple of scores. There we go. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Johan, was that your eyebrows? Go for it.
Just now. Great series, lots of fun, lots of energy, lots of I like the hand holding as it goes through. There's a bit of a colour shift from the left to the right, which is a little bit unfortunate. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 70, a professional standard. Have we got? Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Take it away.
Beautiful light on these little doll faces. They're absolutely gorgeous. I think to elevate this, I would have liked to see Mum maybe leaning in a little more. She's almost cropped out of the frame, but also she's very upright. And also the windowsill is unfortunately creating an extremely strong compositional line that just cuts the image in half.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Just hold fire, Mark. It's not me, it's the technology. It's okay. I said Mark, and I'm just saying it's the technology is a bit slow. You just got to give it a chance. Okay, you can enter your scores now. Thank you, judges. That is a score of 71, a professional standard. Can we have a comment, please? Oh, Sarah Lee, she got a shock.
There's static on this microphone. I love the energy you've put into this family shot. Just be wary. Make sure that the smaller people are in front of for the adults, just so that we don't lose, in this instance, the little girl behind the mum's dress. And also shutter speeds. These people have motion blur and the background is really crisp. So just make sure that you match your movement to your settings.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? Those on the live stream, when we're in the digital entries, we have a monitor at the front of the room so the judges can go up and view your image before coming back to their computer and entering their scores. Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard. And can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, this family would love this style of shot. Put it on the wall, it's beautiful. Just be careful that the left-hand side is so much darker than the right-hand side. But in terms of the colour tone and feel, the photographer's they've done well.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next image, please? Oh, beg your pardon. We're just going to do a quick judge swap. Sorry. I just had name tags flinged at me. We're just going to swap a couple of judges over. Johan, you can take a break. And Joe, you can come back, please. And who's this one? Oh, the Catherine seat are swapping over. Yeah, it's under there. Yeah. The Catherine Joel. I think we're just going to label that seat Catherine. The Catherines. Okay. Everyone's having a little stretch. Okay, team, we'll just let Catherine log in. Yeah, are we good? Okay, let's have a look at this image, please. Next image. Okay, one more score. And we have a score of 73, a professional standard. And can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
Sure, the expression is pure delight in here, and that's really lovely to see. The bright light, which is clipping through on the wee one's head, and also on the blanket underneath, it would be preferable to see that diffused, so that you're not getting all that the highlight burnout. And possibly even, not seeing that blanket at all, so we can just really get into that expression would be absolutely lovely. But well done on the bright and breezy feel of this.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 70, professional standard. And can we have a comment from someone for the entrant? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
What a gorgeous photograph that this lady would absolutely love of her, and Keto, I think is the dog's name. Just be wary photographing in full sunshine. Obviously we can't see her eyes because she has to wear sunglasses. There's that really dark shadow down the bottom. So seek the shade, seek the diffusion, and just practice a little bit with having to deal with such a harsh time of day to photograph with.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Have a comment, please. Thank you, Joe.
This is a really gorgeous little moment, beautifully styled, and well done on getting the toddler to look like she's walking but without upsetting your whole scene here. To elevate this, the lighting needs a bit more control. It's very hot and spot, especially on the top of the pram. And if you want to have it look like the toddler is walking a pram, probably don't put things underneath it, because that sort of takes that sense of her taking her little baby for a stroll away somewhat.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 67, a professional standard. We have a comment. Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, what a doting dad. And I get, the real love between them is quite striking. There is some chromatic aberration that is quite strong on this. So that would be one aspect to look at. Also the skin tones, quite oversaturated in the skin tones. And even just sort of trying to find a way to simplify the background down so it becomes more focused on their emotion, which I believe is quite believable in there.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 71, a professional standard. Can we please have a comment for the entrant? Thank you, Catherine.
feel like this is an exploration of missing teeth, which is so fun, really quite delightful. A slightly higher camera angle would have meant that we're not looking at those legs so much, and then maybe just giving us a little bit more room around this to breathe and draw us into that emotion.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
What a lovely little capture of the toddler running crazy and burning all the extra energy while the parents are posed and looking picture perfect. I think to really elevate that little storyline, if the parents had an expression where they were laughing at the kid, or laughing at the situation, or laughing at all that manic energy around them, those expressions at the moment are just really camera perfect. Like they're smiling for a camera, they're not smiling in the moment. So we're just a little bit more work on that beautiful expression of those parents.
You can add something, Jo. Go for it.
Also, this is a real photograph where less would have been more. There's a lot of competing elements going on in here with the blue and then the orange of the doors. The orange of the doors are actually almost pulling focus from the people, and then you've got the white pillars. Do it again, but just refine it with less things in it and maybe a more natural environment so that we can really feel the people and not the environment so much.
Thank you, Jo. Can we have the next image, please? Just while the judges are having a look at this image, I'm going to remind you that if you are in Christchurch, please make sure you come down to the Majestic and check out all of the award entries in the print gallery. And we're going to have an auction for some of the prints on Thursday night at 5 p.m. And there'll be drinks and it will be fun. So please come and join us. Couple more. There we go. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Tanya.
Yeah, congratulations on the bronze. You can definitely feel the warmth between the family members and the humour with the position of the dog being, being a very important family member. Just to bring it to the next level would just be aware where the flower is with the young guy's hand, and then the greenery behind his head. Just the positioning, just to look at that. Other than that,
Thank you, Tanya.
great.
Can we have the next image, please? The whirligig's still going, okay? Just be patient. The system. I've done my bit. Just wait. Hold fire, team. Do we blame the modem? What do you blame when things don't work? Okay, now I've errored, so just hold fire. Now I can accept. Whirly. Doodaloo, doodaloo. It's happening. Sorry, people. Okay, we should be good to go. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Jo.
This is a really delightful, heartfelt, and feels quite authentic little capture of the relationship between these two siblings. I think to elevate it, just needed a little bit more care in handling with the lighting. All of the bright parts are a little bit too bright. You could refine it by having brought the little girl slightly further down her sister's knee so her eye wasn't getting squished, but there's part of that sort of lends into the authenticity. Congratulations on your bronze.
Okay, thank you. Joe, can we have the... Oh, okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Everyone in the judging rooms are taking a 5-minute break to have some dinner, and then we're going to come back. Well, apparently... I don't know. Oh, we're having a 10-minute break. Okay, well... Oh, no, Sarah's just upgraded us to 10 minutes. You've got 10 minutes. We started on 5. We negotiated. We've got 10. Okay. Okay, those on the live feed, we're going to take a 10-minute break just so that judges can have something to eat because most of us have been on the tools since 8 a.m. We will be back very shortly. Okay, room 2. We have all had something to eat and we're just waiting for a couple more judges before we get started. Put your phone down, Mark. Now. Oh, look at that. We've got 5 judges. Boom. We're not going to fight over chairs, okay? We're all going to re-log in. We'll take anyone. Take a seat, Johan. I mean, we're not scraping at the bottom of the barrel with you. You're amazing. Okay, judges, are we all logged in? Ready to go? Can we have the next image, please? Okay, hang on. We might have a small... Oh, here we go. We're good to go. Yeah, no, you're right. So now... Wow, okay. We're back onto the correct image, and the judges are just going to pop up and have a look. Okay, we're just waiting for 2 more scores. And we have a score of 71, a professional standard. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, she has a glorious and exuberant look on her face. There are a few aspects of this which are a fight for the eyes. The bright highlights in the sky, the horizon line, which is sort of running right through her beautiful face, and also the lens choice and angle is sort of really shortening down her legs. I do believe the photographer's seen this beautiful glassy, reflective beach, and it's a wonderful time of day to photograph. So well done for that.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
What a beautiful comical moment with this fur baby. I particularly love the bottom one, where he has been having his head pushed out of the way. When presenting multiple images, just make sure that the depth of focus is the same between them, because our eyes will instantly go to anything that's a little bit different. And bringing up that exposure or bringing up the face, it's just a little bit darker than we'd like to see it.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? Just on the live stream, we did swap some of the judges over from when we went out to get dinner. So we've got on the panel at the moment, Johan, Joe Francis, Stacey Cavalier, Catherine Williams and Sarah Lee Cobb. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please, for the entrant? Thank you, Johan.
Lovely dynamic here with the less active dog getting all the hand love and the more active dog getting the eye love. It's really nice to have that triangle happening as well. To improve it, I feel that the child's face is a little hot and maybe could be pulled back a little bit. But yeah, good connections. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard, and we have a challenge from Joe Francis. Take it away.
Yeah, I gave this one a 78. It's just full of quirk. I feel like the family in the foreground are quite awkward, and it's probably completely representative of who they are, but we've also got this beautiful little family in the background of sheep who are actually much more cohesive. I love the way they've been sandwiched in between their tin shed and this beautiful tree behind them, and the dog in the foreground is just like, nah, not having a bar of this, and he's turned his bum to the camera. Yeah, I love it for what it is. It's not complicated, but it's quirky and it's authentic, and I feel like it's captured this family probably quite accurately. So yeah, I haven't asked for golds. I just love a little bronze. So yeah, see what you can do.
Thanks, Joe. I will come to you, Johan, but I'm going to go to Catherine Williams first, and then I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I gave this 70, and this really did feel like a bit of a missed opportunity. I feel like the photographer has chosen to bring in these elements of meaning for this family all into one picture. Because it is a portrait looking at the camera, I really feel that they needed a little bit of direction, particularly the fellow on the left-hand side with the awkwardness of his hands sort of hanging there, and then the road in the background just sort of cutting through the backs of their bodies. I did appreciate the dog keeping a watchful eye on the sheep, and I did feel the comical value of that.
Thank you, Catherine. Your turn now, Johan.
Just adding to that, Catherine, I gave it a 73. The photographer's there to give guidance to people who really don't know how to stand in front of a camera, and so it's their job to control that, and that's the basics of professional. And I feel that all of the hands are not well placed, they're not well owned, and so that could have been addressed to make this image much stronger.
Thank you, Johan. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, I'll go back to Joe.
I really appreciate all your comments, and yes, normally I like my hands all pretty, but I feel like there's an authenticity to this that's quite charming in its own way. Yes, if there wasn't a road through their heads and a few other things have been refined, we might have been talking about a higher score, but I'm only asking you guys to give it one more point.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 78, a bronze award, and we have a challenge from Johan. Take it away.
Great. What a lovely sweep of dark hair we have there, nicely framing that beautiful child, and holding everything together, following the curve of the archway of the frame. I'm picking that this mother is not a person who likes to be photographed a lot, but she wants to be involved and engaged with the child. And I would normally be concerned about the absence of hands, but I feel again that's part of the anonymity that exists there. And then there's the strength of that child looking back at you and saying, my mum loves me. I gave it an 84. Let's creep it up.
Thank you, Johan. I'm going to go to Stacey down the other end.
I was on a 76 for this, so I did have it in the bronze range for the beautiful expression on that child's face and how well it's lit. I also really enjoyed that sweep of the hair and also the eyes of the tattoo peeking through in the crook of the arm. I just thought that was lovely. I'm listening. At this stage, would struggle to bring it up in to the silver range because of losing the hands and just feeling like she's a little bit hidden in there. And I think I actually would like to see a little bit more of the mum's face, even if it was just just a little bit more to elevate this for me. So, but yeah, keep talking.
Thank you, Stacey. Was it Catherine? You wanted to speak? Where you go?
I was on 78, so pretty close to silver. And I don't feel you need the hands to feel nurture, which is what I feel in this. And I don't feel you need to see her face to feel that either. The successful part is actually when you step back a little bit and you just see this, like the sort of ellipse of the eyelash down to the face and to the arm. And it's well framed and it's got emotion and feeling and it feels very real. I'm happy to see it go into silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else? Anything else to add? Okay, I'm going to hand that back to Johan. Right of reply.
Okay, I'm going to step out here and say, I'd like to think that tattoo is representative. It's not of, but representative of the presence of the mother, and that you can see that face includes that person. Because it is eyes upon that person, then it is present and existent, and it's framed so beautifully by the child's arm. I love the intensity of the mother's shoulder just slightly protecting the face of the child. I love that as well. I love that the ink on her back sort of is just reflected in the strands of the hair. There's quite a lot of little things that come together. If you follow the hair down, you've also got almost strands of the tattoo following it out. There's a wonderful darkness there around the colour of the ink. It's so beautifully handled as well. The printing's impeccable. I gave it an 84. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm just asking for a nice shiny silver.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 74, a professional standard. And can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Joe.
Super sweet little moment. I can't help but think it might have been better if you'd come in a whole lot closer and given us more of the faces. Dad's face could have done with a bit more light and Mum's maybe a little less as well.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Stacey.
This is a great example of a Christmas shot. We've got everybody together, and probably it's been an absolute nightmare to arrange this. And they've gone with the idea of let's wear these Christmas glasses, and of course somebody doesn't want to join in. And so there's a nice little cheeky story going on there, a moment between all of these people. I think to elevate it, there's a lot of brightness in the background. And I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you, Stacey. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 70, a professional standard. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
This is a beautiful moment that so many families will relate to, and I love how through the posing we see full length of all the different family members. I think that's really interesting with the posing structure. I do find the colour toning a wee bit distracting with their skin tones looking almost a wee bit orange or apricot-y, so just toning that back a little bit will really enhance this image and make it a little bit more timeless.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 71, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please? Johan, thank you.
There's a lot of stories that you could put into this. It's got lovely lighting, it's got a lovely feel to it, but the cropping through the feet is just so powerfully wrong that it upsets the flow of the image.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next image, please? Just while the judges are looking at this image, I am going to do a shout out to, I've lost my piece, oh here it is, to Edges Art and Framing, who are sponsoring the family category for 2025. They are going to have a trade stand at the trade show available for us to go and have a look at their new forever frames and folio frames. And you can even win a folio frame worth $295, but you have to go and see them at the trade stand to find out how you can win it. It's a secret. And they are also going to be relaunching the B Pro products back in New Zealand, which is super exciting for everyone. Okay, we have some scores here. We have a 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, for the photographer? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, congratulations on your bronze and capturing this woman. She looks very powerful in her face. She's quite striking looking up to the light there. I do feel this could have been elevated if we'd seen the top of the rock behind her, and potentially if the angle had just allowed her to be framed a little bit more by that rock, while still keeping that lovely reflection through, and perhaps toning down the whites in this image also. But well done.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Joe.
Congratulations on your bronze. This is a really cute little story of this small person who doesn't want to be photographed. I think everyone in this room can probably relate to this photo. To elevate it, the actual photography needs to be elevated. It's all a bit flat and a bit... we're sort of just left with the story, but not much else to really kind of compel our interest.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 74, a professional standard. Joe, you going to
I'll give
challenge
it a
that?
quick nudge.
Away
I
you
just
go.
slipped this into bronze with 76. I think it's a very beautifully captured little sweet shot of this boy with his puppies. I think the lighting's quite lovely. It's all quite sympathetic. It's got a lovely warm energy to it. If he hadn't been sitting on the quilt, I probably would have gone a bit higher because that does introduce a sort of unreality to the scene. But I think overall it's quite a successful little capture, and we get a little sense of who this wee boy is with his red bands and his property in the background. So yeah, we're pretty close, I think. So see what you can do, guys.
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to come to Catherine. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I was on 72 with this one. I applaud the photographer for trying to wrangle a toddler and 3 puppies, which is certainly not easy. I really do wish that there was a greater depth of field that allowed some sharpness through the 3 puppies. They are quite soft. And I also feel that the expression, I'm not getting much from the boy. I'm not getting joy. I'm not getting connection. Yeah, so it's not really strong enough for me for an award range.
Thank you, Catherine. Can I hear from someone else, please? Johan, thank you.
So I gave this a 73, and my reasoning was that all the things that have been mentioned so far, plus the blacks seem to be quite heavy on their own, which is, it's a processing thing. But the gaze of the child is towards the puppy that we can see the least of. So it's saying that directs us to look there, and when we look there, we're not rewarded. We've got this brightness of light, and we've got all the stuff that we probably don't want to see. We want to see the cute of the puppy. So I've given it a 73, good professional standard.
Thank you, Johan. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, I'll hand it back to Joe. Take it away. It landed on 74.
Okay, so I'm only asking for 1 point. There's a lot of joy, a lot of warmth, a lot of love, and like you said, 3 puppies and a kid? No, thank you. Come on, guys, 1 more point.
Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Okay, team, we're just going to swap a couple of judges around. So the Catherine seat is swapping. Catherine for Catherine. We're going to bring Catherine Kidnack on and take Catherine Williams off. And we're going to take Stacey Cavalier off and bring Tanya on. And Joe, you can take a break. And Mark, you can come on. I think that is a good little switcheroo. And when you're logged on, just give me a thumbs up. Yay, we are good to go. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, a professional standard. Have we got a comment for our entrant? Thank you, Catherine.
Lovely intergenerational shot here, the 3 generations, and the connection between these 2 women is clear. I think to raise it, in the top shot, we've got the mum-to-be kind of pulling back quite a lot, and the posing isn't so flattering for her. And there's also a little bit of a colour shift in the skin tones. The mother is a lot warmer in the lower image than the top one. So, but yeah, lovely moment. Well done.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 80, a silver award, and we have a challenge from Johan. Oh, okay.
Okay, I gave this an 88. There's a lot of power in this image. There's a lot of different characters coming through. I personally believe very strongly that it would have been a very hard set of people to photograph, and to photograph in a positive way. And I think that the photographer has treated this series of images with kindness and respect, and presented them to us in a way that allows us to read left to right and then get drawn back into the middle. And I think the photographer has given us a rhythm, and it allows us, and a punctuation that allows us to look at an image, move on, move on, move on, and then come back. And I think that's very clever. And if you look at each one and then you try and find out something about that person from what you're seeing, you'll see something that makes your heart move. And I would like to applaud that photographer for doing so. I gave it an 88.
Thank you, Johan. I am going to come to Catherine Kidnick. Can we hear from you, please?
I gave this 74 high professional standard, and it really does move my heart. I think lovely series of portraits. The reason I didn't go into an award range is I was looking at this as a series, and I'm immediately taken out of the whole thing by the first subject. I wonder if the first and second had been switched, then we would have had two people on each end looking in and containing it. I'm also finding the black behind the third person quite dominating. And then towards the, there's a colour shift between number 4 and then the warmer ones on the right. He's quite cool. Towards the end of the series, the subjects seem to drop down in the frame, so the faces are right in the centre. If they'd been raised up a little, particularly the woman second from the end there, we would have got rid of the little black distraction there. I think that image, though, is absolutely lovely with that hand coming in and stroking her cheek. That's really beautiful. So I'm happy to hear more and perhaps come up into an award, but Silver Distinction is a real push for me at the moment.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got someone else to add anything? Thank you, Sarah Lee. Take it away.
I love this being in the family category because these are friends who are like family, and I think that's really special. I agree with everything that Catherine said, which is why I scored it a 77, and I think for these people who aren't photographed enough, and I should say these people, certain demographics of society don't get the opportunity or they aren't seen as much in family photography. So I really want to credit the photographer for capturing these people and representing them with so much love and joy and happiness. It's absolutely wonderful to see.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. I think that is everyone that wanted to speak, so I'm going to hand it back to you, Johan, all yours.
I think a lot of that, what you said, was, I agree with you. There's a lot of those things are very valid. I do think, however, that if we started on a bookend with the character looking in and then holding that our gaze within the two people looking towards the centre, I would have felt it was almost a cliche. Whereas what I've got there is I start looking at this person at the beginning who's even looking slightly out of frame. And then it introduces me to the fact that things are different. And I think that that's good because it then allows me to go through the rest and vibrate from one end to the other. I just want to applaud the photographer for their vision, their sensitivity, their kindness, and for presenting this to us to enjoy. Yeah, at least the silver.
Thank you, Johan. It is currently on 80. It is on 80. It's a silver award, so it was on 80. So judges, please rescore. Johan, you had 88. And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Just waiting on one more score. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, this has got a great little image, great expression, great connection, great colour tones. Not sure what we could do to bring it, to elevate it into that next range. Maybe not have the tree in the top right hand side. Maybe have Dad's face a little bit more leaning up against a little boy. But this is a brilliant moment that the family would absolutely love.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next image, please? It might not be. Is it good to go, Mark? Oh, there we go. Okay, it's loaded now. Perfect. Okay, one more score. We have a score of 72, a professional standard. And can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
I love how you've framed her within that little grass in the foreground. You've created a really beautiful triangle that keeps our eye engaged to her. Tone back the colour toning. It's gone a little bit too far into surrealism with the greens and the oranges, and also just drop that highlight down on her face. It's incredibly bright, but yeah, keep going with that beautiful framing technique. Well done.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 79, which puts us into review. Unless anyone, yeah, we're going to go, yeah, Mark's challenging. Where you go, mate?
Yeah, I've stood this at 81 into the silver. We've seen a lot of studio portraits all day today, but this is the part where they've really controlled the lighting a little bit more. It is a little bit bright, so I'm not going any higher. I'm like sneaky silver 81. Would have loved to see the arm drop down a little bit, but the connection of the little girl, the baby, the warmth, the materials, you've got all the black are there, and all of the textures there, and everything's in there that needs to be there. So I'm just not going to do a high silver, but I think it deserves to sneak it into that space. A little bit of shush in room 1, please.
We have someone going to room 1 to tell them just to simmer down a little bit. Not everyone's having a party. Okay, apologies to the entrant. Hopefully they heard what Mark was saying. Can we please hear from Catherine? Thank you.
I gave this a 78 bronze. I'm happy to come up for all the reasons that you just said there, Mark. I think the lighting is beautiful. The connection is real here. The baby's so beautifully snuggled in there, and I'm loving the little wrinkles on its forehead that are echoed in the fabric around its body. Just with the posing, just watch the hands, because there's no arm connected to that, what gets known sometimes in the industry as a zombie hand. If you have it, and once you see that hand as a disconnected thing, it's really, really distracting. So try to connect hands to bodies and have a little bit of arm showing there. But having said that, I'm still very happy to come up to silver, because I think this is a really beautiful family portrait.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anyone else that wants to? Yeah, thank you, Sarah Lee. Take it away.
I don't have a whole lot to add, but I do want to say I initially scored an 82, so I do think it really does deserve a silver. If the photographer ever wanted to print this too, it would just translate beautifully into print too, so I hope you follow it through.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. I'm going to hand it back to Mark for right of reply.
Fantastic. Love the comments. I think the photographer will get a lot out of this, and please print your photos.
Thank you, Mark. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 78, a bronze award. And we're going to take that, Catherine? Yep, way you go.
I feel absolutely compelled to challenge this one because I actually gave it a silver distinction on 85. I think this is a fantastic family portrait entry. If this is, just the connection here. It's got humour, wonderful expressions from both of them. The face mushed with her hand, and then she's so proud of herself, that cheeky little pursing of her lips, and the way the photographer's just got them both mashed in there together and got right in close. So we're really in that moment with them, and the background is beautifully simple, and the lighting's rather gorgeous as well. So I'm not seeing flaws here, and so I'm definitely inclined to be rewarding this photographer, so I'd like to talk about it.
Thank you, Catherine. I am going to come first to Mark, and then I'll come to you, Johan.
Yeah, I've stored this as 73. Purely just for I love the expression, I love the personality, all of that side of things. Just the hand across the face is just a little bit too protruding. Like, if it was just, obviously it's movement, they're moving, they're brothers, they're sisters, they're mucking around, she's trying to kiss him on the cheek and he's just shoving his face. I really appreciate all those elements in there, but in terms of creating it into that silver award, I think it'd be a bit of a stretch, but I'm listening.
Thank you, Mark. Johan, your turn.
Yes, I gave it an 81. I'm very happy to come up. So often these really simple images are overlooked and unseen, and so thank you for bringing it to our attention. The control is fantastic. That hand on the face is the prime thing. That's the thing that's controlling the image. That's the one that says, I'm the boss girl here, and you're just doing what I'm going to tell you. And it's so real. And it's that reality with all that control that made me go silver, but I'm going to go higher. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Is that everyone that wants to speak? Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Thanks very much for your support, Johan. Yeah, I totally agree. The hand is a huge part of the story. It's the grabbing his face, come and behave yourself, give us a kiss, or face mash, and I can see absolutely enough of his face to get the story. So it's not a block. It's a crucial part of the story. I think this photographer has filled the frame with goodness, left out any distractions whatsoever. Lighting's beautiful. Haven't actually heard any negatives apart from the hand, which for two of us is a strength in this image. So let's reward this photographer just for really fantastic family portrait photography.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. The initial score was 78, bronze. That's okay. And we have a score of 83, a solid silver. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you. Catherine, thank you.
I thought this was a lovely, simple image with a lot of humour in it. What the story that I saw there was that they'd each been in charge of a dog. Dad sort of failed here and just given up. He's just sitting there and she's just laughing at him going, what the heck? Quirky with the dog going out of the frame there, and I think the depth of field has been handled well. Maybe someone else has got some ideas on how to improve the image. Congratulations on your award. Does someone else have anything to say?
I think we'll leave it there. Congratulations on your award. And we are going to go to the next image, please. Okay, judges. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. And can we have a comment, please?
I'll comment. I scored this just a little bit higher, but to really bring it into that award range, there's a lot of distracting elements, but what I did appreciate is that the daily bundle, a Lego up the very top, there's two boys, they bundle everything. And you can see the family photo behind the couple is that kind of dainty, normal family outdoor photo, and this is just absolute chaos. Maybe a little bit too much chaos for what it is, and probably just needs a little bit more finessing.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 71, a professional standard. And can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Catherine.
This photographer's chosen a beautiful location and a beautiful time of day to be shooting. The light through the grasses there is really glorious. I think nice connection with the family. The ones on the left in particular, the faces are really quite dark though in such a bright environment. And just watch you posing. The wee girl on the right, she's sort of looking at her dad, quite a quirky expression, but then her hands are kind of jammed in and she's sort of reaching out to her brother in a slightly awkward way. But yeah, high professional standard, just balancing that exposure on your subjects, but well done.
Thank you, Catherine. We're just going to swap a couple of judges. Mark's going to step off and Joe is coming on. How is everyone else feeling? Are you all okay? We're on the final strength. Do you want to come off? Yeah, okay. Tanya, you hop off. Catherine, would you like to come on? We're going to do the double Catherine.
Yeah, I need to get them comes on.
Okay. They get a chair each this time. They're not sharing. Okay, let's go. Next image, please. The assistant is a bit slow. Could do it better myself. Just saying. No, actually, I must say Victoria Vincent has been amazing. She even went out and got me a Sprite earlier on. I needed the sugar boost and it came back as a Sprite Zero. It was fine. I loved it. She's been amazing. And we have a score of 74, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Johan.
This image, I love the sort of precarious feeling that I get out of this. You know, that dog's about to fall off and that mother's holding that baby somewhat awkwardly, but it's actually quite a wonderful combination. I do feel that the skins on the parents seem to be over smoothed, and I would probably prefer the image if the bottom eighth was taken off, just up to the bottom of the paws. That would make me feel more comfortable with it.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment, please, for the entrant? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, congratulations on your bronze. Some fantastic expressions, and it feels like a really honest reflection of this family of four here. Top middle, top right, bottom left, and one of the other two as a four, or strip it back down to three, could tell a much stronger story and really draw us into the expression and humour of this collection of images.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please, for the entrant? Thank you, Catherine. Catherine Kidnack. Thank you.
What a gorgeous portrait of these four gorgeous boys. The photographer's given them guidance on their outfits, I'd say, very cohesive there. And just the way you've got four wonderful expressions and you've got them all leaning together. That age range, you've got everybody looking great across the age range, and that little boy on the right just really makes me grin. In terms of improving it, the shoes are quite bright. Maybe that was one style choice that wasn't taking you out of the frame a little bit. Also, just a couple of distractions along the bottom that you could easily have got rid of, just with items right on the edge of the frame there. But lovely portrait.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? As we near the end of our entries for the family category, I want to do a shout out to Canon, our main sponsor of the NZIPP Iris Awards, and also a shout out to Edges for sponsoring the family category this year. And also, if you're in Christchurch, or if you're not in Christchurch and you want to come to Christchurch, we've got some pretty amazing things happening over the coming days. Tomorrow we've got our last day of judging, followed by 5 p.m. at print auction. And then 7 p.m. we have got our final category finalist announcements and POY for New Zealand and Australia announcements. Finalist announcements. Okay, I think we've got some scores. We do. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Jo.
This is a really delightful little capture. You're drawn right into those beautiful expressions and you're invited to enjoy the joy. So well done on that. Just to improve it, I think you need to just watch where the lines are coming through the man's head, and it is a bit tight. It's a bit irritating to have it clip his pants like that. Just take a step back and maybe raise your camera up or down a bit so you're not getting that line through his head. Other than that, well done.
Thank you, Jo. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Sorry. It was still whirling. We're going to do the same thing as we did before. I beg your pardon. Okay, you should be good now. Okay, we have a score of 73, a professional standard. Have we got a comment for the entrant? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, I feel like this is a lovely at-home capture of the children delighting in the everyday mundane objects, which I think is well seen from that perspective. The lighting is a tricky one because I feel that the photographers recognise there is some nice light coming through. However, the dappled look that is sort of bouncing around is cause for a bit of distraction. And unfortunately, the light is just not on the children's faces, so it doesn't really draw us in there and to see those beautiful expressions. I think it's a worthy exploration to look at these sort of everyday, at-home scenes.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Okay, Johan, go on, give it a
Yeah.
nudge.
How fun, how joyous, how fun, and what a wonderful comparison of the change that you go through to become an adult, and what the difference is between being an adult and a child. There's nothing to explain. There's a little bit of softness in the front that is okay because it's so strong. Yeah, I gave it an 87.
Thank you, Johan. I'm going to come to Catherine Williams down the other end. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I was on 73 with this, and I was very much, and still am, struggling with the fingers that disappear into the darkness and look like they have been amputated at the knuckle. Maybe they have, but I just feel that the depth of that shadow and the disappearance of those feels like an essential component has disappeared. We're doing an experiment on our hands. Maybe, yeah, maybe there's a bit of an illusion in there because that bottom one is sneaking out and the kids are, but it feels like there's a lack of balance because of that. Maybe my 73 is a little bit meagre. I'm probably not in silver distinction, but I will listen to other judges.
Thank you, Catherine. Joe, you wanted to add something?
I don't want balance. It's not like, to me, this is a strength, but gentleness balanced by fragility and newness, and just even as a graphic, it's really powerful. I gave this an 81. It's definitely deserving of a silver. I might be talked up a few more points too.
Thanks, Joe. Have we got anything else to add? Yeah, go, Catherine.
Yeah, I gave this an 83. I found this a really powerful image, and I could read all sorts of things into it, even though it's so simple. I kind of felt like the knuckle bounce, it's like, I've got you, I'm looking out for you here. And then just the sheer scale of that hand, the strength of the blacks. I didn't notice the missing fingers, and it doesn't bother me, but the depth of that shadow in that hand, and then the veins and the hair and everything, and just the sheer scale of it gave me a real feeling of strength, and so that gave me a narrative going forward about the growth of this child to get to that point as well. So I saw a connection between the generations at this point and also a story going forward. I'm happy to come up to silver distinction with you, Johan.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else to add before Johan takes over? Away we go. Takes over. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Right of reply.
There's a minute but measurable amount of detail on at least the second finger up. There's a little bit of a nail coming through, and that's enough for me. There's a grittiness to the bigger hand. There's as you say, a strength in there, and just I don't want to use the word juxtaposition because it sort of makes it so almost contrary, but it is such a big thing, this connection, this power that happens. And for each person. So for the young kid, possibly doesn't know the significance of what they're doing. But for the adult person, it's a connectivity. It's a transfer of electricity. It's a transfer of brothership, all sorts of things. And it's done with such graphic strength. I gave it an 87. See what you can do.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we finished the night on a high with an 85 silver distinction. Well done, everyone. Judges, please just stay here. Don't run away. Oh, Belinda's already rounding you up. Thank you so much to our wonderful judges. Congratulations to all of our entrants. You are all amazing. Thank you to the lovely Victoria, who has been amazing.
Thank you to the two of you. Mammoth effort. Well done, guys.
Thank you very much. I have loved working with you all. You're all amazing. Thank you so much. Okay.
Don't stop.
Okay, and I am just going to say thank you so much to everyone on the live stream. I know we started late. I know that we stopped to have pizza. There was a few little blips along the way, but you stuck it in there with us.
Thank you to Olivia and Victoria.
Oh, thanks, guys. You're all amazing. Thank you so much to Canon. Thank you to Edges, and we will see you all tomorrow.